what it do, what it do, what it do, world. Yeah. What it do. Shalom, beloved. Shalom, beloved family out there. All around the world. We live, baby. We live. Instagram, TikTok, Kick, Twitch, Facebook, X, and YouTube Live. So I'm bringing that good stuff, that good stuff everybody's way. Hope everybody's good out there. Happy Shemish. Yes. We are waking up to some good old water. Filet mignon, pancakes and sausage and eggs, and burgers. Milkshakes. All in the water. I actually feel really cleaned. I actually feel really cleaned and drained. I don't even feel exhausted as I thought I would feel. I've been praying my behind off. I feel very prayer filled up. I feel very supported, in these times. We're living around a lot of darkness and we still shine bright like a diamond. It still shine bright like a diamond, baby. But yeah, I'm in good spirits though. There's a lot of people that's actually been checking up on me right now. So it's kind of like, I'm appreciative. I'm thankful that, I have people that actually love and care about me. People who have known me since day one, and know that I am a good man. Know that I have been very solid, and it's just good to hear from a lot of people that I haven't talked to in a very long time who wanted to actually give me my flowers. They gave me a lot of praise and appreciation just for being a good dude, like doing things that they may not have noticed, but as they got older, they realized, like, man, I remember you did this, and that, man. Like, you didn't even have to do this, but you was just like you was such a trooper to do this and do that, man. And I just got a lot of appreciation and thanks over the couple days, which is good. I'm very thankful and grateful for all the experiences and opportunities in life, and we all should be, because we're on this other side of the fence and the world is rocking and rolling and not being moved and deterred away from the mission at hand, regardless of anything. So thank you for everybody tuning in, tapping in real quick. It's just all love, but it's always growth. Matter of fact, I think I got a couple of these other notes because it's definitely on Shemish. I feel like we always got to have a good, we always got to look at things, give you some good education. I guess it's just like shadow work Sundays, at least for me. Toot that up. Let me toot this thing up real quick. I gotta make sure that my thing is shining. Make sure I ain't got nothing, no stains on it or nothing. But I went out to a botanical garden yesterday. Just got out in nature, and it actually felt good. Birds was chirping. I hugged a tree. 83 was surprised at me. They were like, I've never seen that, and so, I've had people look at me doing pretty crazy things, but shout out to everybody on TikTok that's pulling up in right now. We just pulling up right now, and everything you won't be able to hear the stuff that is going on my other channels right now. I'm live streamed on other platforms. If you wanted to hear any of the material, you have to go to YouTube or any of my other channels at Prime Black, PRIMEBLAQ, to be able to tap into any of the video feeds that we're going to be showing you because there's just so much going on. Uh, yeah, I know to be making sure you first explain. Yes, I do. I do. I think when I'm sad and depressed and out of it, I get all looking like a yeti and stuff like that. But I always keep myself sharp and clean and on point. I'm an archer, so we always got to be on point. I have not gone on an actual date, like an actual date with somebody. Somebody brought that to my attention this morning, and I was like, huh, I think I got to stop being all that of myself. He's like, you do, you're 39 years old. Why don't you have any kids? Why don't you have any wife? I'm like, dude, yeah, it's a, it's a very good question. I didn't know how to answer that. I thought I did, but when you take a step back and you think about things in life and realize that may have been spiritually, mentally, emotionally ill prepared and irresponsible to be able to handle those responsibilities. And I always used to tell myself growing up I didn't want to be irresponsible with that responsibilities because I always thought that I always knew that I wanted to be a phenomenal father, phenomenal husband, just a man, period. Um, Yes, I did check out Jupiter, and I actually have that up now. I was actually showing it. That was actually going to be one of the videos that I was going to show um, because there's just so much activity going on. Before I get to that, uh, let me make sure I have everything logged out because I got so many videos, so many. Anyways, let's just pull it up while I'm talking about it right now because I think that will just give us some fascinating insight on the times that we're living in right now because uh, it is planetary. It is it's a planetary parade. So this is the Hubble scope looking out on all of the planets right now, and this is the one that they happen to have right now, which is Jupiter. Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system. It's not the largest thing. The sun is obviously the largest thing. It's a star, so obviously it's able to contain its own. All these other planets, they don't have their own star. They can't sustain their own life force on their own planet, regardless if they have their own moons circling around them. So it's I don't know who that is. Um, but yes, it's definitely just fascinating. All of the space debris, gets sucked up in Jupiter and stuff like that, and it saves a lot of us. You know, it saves a lot of us because it keeps the bigger ones from getting to us, and then you have the moon with all of the craters. The moon is definitely a protector of Earth. It has definitely kept Earth from getting smacked as much as as much as it could have been. So when you're looking at these massive craters on the moon, when you're looking at Jupiter, it's a humongous gas planet um, for objects to go inside of the planet and get consumed and never come out. That's fascinating. It's just when you look at any of these planets' activities, they're very fascinating. We can get encapsulated in what their specs or their capabilities, and knowing that these have been here throughout history before any of man's interpretations of them. The Most High God has always had the exact factuals interpretation of it. It's not even an interpretation; it's the actual factuals of what. Okay, this is what it is. This is what it does. It's like we've always tried to re-engineer things and make it sound fluffy storytellish. Because you know people sensitive. And you tell them something that may scare the shit out of them. That's when you have massive exoduses and people running for the hills. Oh my goodness, something's going on. But yeah, this is just fascinating to see. Not only is Jupiter's activity amplified up, but it also all the other planets, literally every single planet, is activities have been amplifying themselves. and it is a planetary party in the sky that we're all seeing at this time right now. And it's interesting because when you look at maybe opposites of certain planets, like say I was Venus, and even for me being Venus, Saturn has been hanging out around me this whole dang time, and so I got Saturn and the moon and Neptune in the back peeking at me at Venus. And so Venus is definitely going through a lot of judgment and chastisement. I could say that in my real life just as much as it is in the planetary body, going through and you pick up the pieces of things that, occur like that. And so Jupiter being, my ruling planet, has been the big brother to kind of raise me up and let me know that, man, you still good. You're still a king. Just because you may lose something don't mean that you ain't going, that you're not whole or you're not who you are. And so people will always have the wrong idea about you until they actually see the right idea about you later on in life or down the line and be like, damn, I actually made a big mistake on that guy, or I made a misjudgment on that lady. She actually was a sweetheart, or he actually was a great guy. Our frailties, our insecurities, our preconceived notions, and our prejudice, barrier, biases always get in the way of us being able to take full the learning aspects and the blessings. And so the planetary bodies always kind of whip us back in shape, and so it's always a macro level of energy that comes down and puts us back into place, puts us back into alignment. As much as I was sitting here just in a complete amazement over looking at the skies, like I was not looking at the wolf that was about to gnaw at my heels. So that's what we do in our life right now with these planetary alignments. And I'm glad that we're going through a fast. We're going through all these changes in life and shedding old to make way for new. I think that's very important, that it keeps us in the right place. So I just wanted to show that off. The sister sent that to me, and I appreciate the sister. She always keeps me updated on what's going on, because we are affected some way, somehow, in all aspects. So without further ado, we're gonna see how all of these planetary bodies are affecting us down here on this little blue earth.
Folks, welcome back here to a Sunday. It is the Earth Master out here, 9:56 a.m. That's California time here, February 2nd, 2025. Super windy out here. I had gusts up to 60 miles an hour here in Northern California last night. Still blowing pretty crazy, but the stream looks like it's up. Earthquake activity. Going to start off here in the area of Greece, where we're watching a big-time earthquake swarm key.
Now, I want to know if that is a point, if that is a point of reference when it comes to the ley lines, because we speak so much highly on these things, and it was rocking. I don't know how many of these that are here that he's probably going to count them. I don't know. It's going to show the numbers, but it's just amazing that we have the powers that we have to be able to sniff out everything from all of the information and the resources and the books that are out there, from the teachers and the elders that give us and pass down this information. So we are not a completely lost people. Even when we make mistakes, we all fucking make mistakes, y'all. But the Most High just always keeps us on track. He keeps us in alignment. He always keeps us right where we need to be at. So that's why we can't be scared and, down in the dumps. And I'm speaking to myself as much as I'm speaking to the rest of the world out there. So, yeah, let's go ahead.
Up here, including the latest quake on the globe, which is a 4.9 earthquake. Now, the consistency here of these quakes and the multitudes and the magnitudes increasing is a good sign here that we're probably looking at a magmatic intrusion here underneath this volcano area. Now, There's you got the big volcano over here called the Santorini, right? If I remember right,
Yes,
that
Santorini.
is an area that's seen some big time eruption activity.
And that is a whole super volcano in that whole region. I think this is the top of that whole super volcano. So for this to be knocking on its door, it's literally knocking on the door of this whole area right here. Hold on one second. I was going to bring this up real quick because something just didn't smell right. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me make sure. All right. No, I don't need to worry about it. It is what it is. Okay. That part on there. Okay.
There, back in 1600 BCE,
Yeah.
big time eruption.
Yeah.
And there's a couple other volcanoes that sit here across this
Across that
volcano
line.
rift zone.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Colombo volcano is where this activity is stirring up right now. That's a lot of earthquake activity here. This is just in the last 24 hours alone.
That's crazy.
Big time.
So in the last 24 hours, today is the 2nd. So I remember talking to the sister about almost every, I think it was a 2 or 3 day jump between days where it's like almost like the Soldier Boy Superman, where it's like, Soldier Boy, it's like a major stamp down. So for this to be happening like this, it's very fascinating because you're seeing 24-hour, you're seeing a 24-hour event of certain aspects, whether it's like, look at the fire in Pacific Palisades. That was 24 hours. This is 24 hours. Freaking, what is that? Turkey. Turkey was 24 hours. Everything has been a 24-hour. And when it happens, it's almost at damn near nighttime. So it's so much of a thief in the night. So much of a thief in the night that is popping up right now.
A couple different articles here that I found regarding this volcano, this underwater volcano. This article was put out in 2023. Talks about the presence here of the magma chamber underneath this area. It looks like the last eruption is fairly recent in terms of geology speaking, 1650, right? So, and that's common era. Colombo breached the sea surface and erupted, causing some deaths there in the Santorini area. Now, that is not the eruption that happened back in 1600 BCE. That's much further back in time.
Wow.
Compared to the common era. But it looks like they believe that the magma chamber right now is reaching a similar volume at this Colombo volcano compared to the 1650 earthquake or eruption that happened back then. This eruption, not to be confused with the catastrophic Santorini volcanic eruption that occurred in 1600 BCE, was triggered by growing magma reservoirs beneath the surface of Colombo. Now researchers say the molten rock in the chamber is reaching a similar volume. Now this was put out in 2023, so 2 years ago already, right? That's crazy.
Wow. That's interesting. See?
I'm thinking here that we're going to see an eruption pretty soon. It looks like some type of big-time magma intrusion. Here's a little map. There's the Santorini area, the Colombo.
And it's interesting because every single volcano around the world, the movie La Palma, it was gas, ash, and magma. We've been seeing the gas with the fog, and people have been smelling gas. Even last night, as I went into the botanical garden, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been hearing people that just be like, "Oh, what's that smell?" You know. And so you got ash, where the skies are hazy and darker. There's 11 volcanoes, I believe, in California right now that have all popped up on the active list now. I have to pull up that video footage. Let me turn this one off real quick. Hold on. Let me hold on one second. Let me wait till this goes off. I got so many videos, y'all. Y'all about to be blown away. I love doing this though. I love doing this. I'm thankful that you guys come and tap in with me because we try to stay informed here. You know, people that stay informed and interactive, stay in the light. But anyway, so not only is the zones within California active, but you're seeing fault lines pop up. You're seeing earthquakes happen in regions where there has not been earthquake activity, and then they're happening in zones where they're the epicenter of locations where it can be devastating in these regions for one, and then you're seeing Iceland. Iceland had, I don't know how many it's been. I can look it up, but I believe Iceland has at least had over a dozen eruptions. I want to say 11 to 12, but all of the earthquakes are waking up the lava flow to these volcanoes that have been dormant, whether they're in Hawaii, whether they're in New Zealand and Guam, right outside of Taiwan, in Japan, every single location, y'all, all of the major volcanoes, even in the Himalayas. So yeah, let me just let him talk because I'm from all of the information that we've been able to gather as a family, as a nation here. Right, we've been able to see first and foremost what has been taking place around the world. And now that we're seeing it actively moving itself to where, okay, you're seeing the actual volcanic activity now. All right, now we need to pay attention.
Under seamount or underwater volcano sits here to the northeast, and that's kind of where we're seeing all that earthquake activity. Let me bring up the other map here. There's a lot to look at and a lot to discuss, but I think this is definitely something that needs monitoring
Mm-hmm.
very closely. A couple websites have picked up on it, but I think this is turning out to be something much bigger here soon.
Yeah.
Any type of explosive underwater volcano can produce a massive tsunami, and of course, this area is quite
Habitable.
populated, I should say.
Populated, yes.
That's just the last 24 hours. That
Yeah.
is a lot of earthquake
That's a
activity.
lot.
If we go back the last 2 weeks, well, as you can see,
And you got to know that a lot of these places that have all of this infrastructure, a lot of this infrastructure is not really stable. All these regions are not stable, y'all.
it's quite a little bit more closer to the Santorini area. But nonetheless, that's, man, a decent amount of earthquake activity. And looking at these depths here, let's check out the last hour of some of these bigger ones. 4.9, 10 kilometers deep, 13 kilometers deep for 4.7. See, these magnitudes are getting bigger.
Bigger.
Go back over here to the USGS map.
It's not playing.
USGS reporting a fraction of the earthquakes, but it's starting to get noticeable here.
See, it's funny. Right now, they don't want to scare nobody. That's why you're not seeing. That's why I can appreciate folks like this and folks like me, and you know what I'm saying, that keep us informed. All of our information shares that keep us informed in some way, somehow. I'm not saying that everybody, you know, the know all, do all, end all, say all, but I'm just saying, like, you aggregate what you can and put it in. But when history repeats itself, history always winds up telling the greater story or the actual factuals than a person running their damn mouth.
Again, it's around the Sea of Crete. Got Turkey over here to the northeast.
I'm glad he showed this right here because, okay, so this whole Crete, this whole region right here, do you remember Athens and Greece and all of Italy and Rome and all that stuff? That big old earthquake, I mean, not big old earthquake, that big old volcano, this whole region is that. It all went underground. It all crumbled. Like, yeah, all of this underground, you can imagine the amount of, and you got to look at the shelf. That's a whole crack. But along that whole shelf, all of this used to be above land. Above water. So you can imagine the amount of stuff that is just underground. I mean, under the water right here. And so seeing a lot of this volcanic activity and this earthquake activity is it's like bringing a rise to everything. So let me just go ahead and let him finish.
Greece, Athens, the Aegean Sea north. That looks like it's right around the Colombo volcano. Not specifically underneath the Santorini area, but the Colombo volcano.
Mm-hmm.
And that's definitely something to watch here. Let's see, definitely
Yeah, that looked like La
some
Palma.
population out there. I don't know what the population is, but these folks live right on the coast, right on.
What is it? What did he say? What's the name of that city? Let me look it up again. Thera and Santorini. Look that up right now. What is the population? I don't know. I'll let it play instead of me. I'll find out.
And that's definitely something to watch here. Let's see, definitely looks like some population out there. I don't know what the population is, but these folks live right on the coast, right on the facing side here of where the a tsunami would be produced if that thing decides to blow underneath the water. Now let's see what we got. Some information here on that. Stand by for a second. I got just a lot going on here today. The wind is crazy. All right. Let's see.
Okay, there's between 166 and 227 islands in that whole region of Greece. Now, on Santorini alone is about 15,000 people. So ain't no telling us about 16,000 on the range of 6,000 about on the range on some of these other islands. But that's just to give you a glimpse of if something was to happen, that's how many people are in that region. So if something happened, they wouldn't be they're not going to trip on 15,000 people in comparison to 15 million. You know what I'm saying?
So back in 1650 here, accumulating cone reached the surface, sent pyroclastic flows across the sea surface to the shores and slopes of Santorini, where about quite a few people there unfortunately died. The highest parts of the crater rim are now about 10 meters below sea level.
That's not far down. That's 30-something feet, 40.
I don't know about the expected tsunami. If this thing, it all depends on how much blows down there underneath the area. But it's very. I mean, there's earthquake news articles on this, but no like official word on anything. I was checking out the volcano discovery site. Let me go back over to that and see what we have there in the Greece area. Oh, good Lord. So we got Santorini still at green. The Colombo volcano here still at a status of normal or dormant. But obviously, this is something other than just plate tectonics in action here. This is a very localized event. And the USGS reporting this 6 miles or so below the surface. One pretty deep one there, 22 miles. So we got potential volcanic activity here that we need to watch pretty closely.
Yep.
It looks like all signs are pointing towards some type of magma intrusion in the area. I don't know if we're looking at an immediate eruption or not. Like I say, everything's on like a level 1 across this area right now out of a 5, right? 5 being the most.
And I just feel like this whole month of February, it being like, I guess, so-called Black History Month and with all of our Black energy, just reverberating everywhere right now. I think that we are waking up so much going on, beloveds. Literally, with all of this going on right now, our energy, our presence, everything right now is causing so much activity everywhere. We may not be exactly in this particular location, but we are getting assistance in pinpointing all of this stuff happening right now.
Escalated with a big eruption. But the earthquake activity is telling us something else.
Yeah.
We just don't see this type of event happening at a volcano and not expect something to be coming up here soon.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to keep watching this and monitoring it. It's more of...
You can't fart without having gas. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got to see how he's explaining that. It's just like this whole region. Literally, you can look all the way from right here, this one right here in Italy, not too far from Roman, whatever, all the way through Turkey, all the way through Greece. This whole region. Anyways,
of a volcanic feature out here in terms of localized activity compared to, say, if it was plate boundary activity, right?
Yeah.
This swarm followed up by another swarm across the plate boundary.
Exactly.
That's obviously stress and strain related, but
Yeah.
this here
is up
directly
there.
related to volcanic activity
Mhm.
underneath the region. Let me look here and see real quick. I don't think we have any type of monitoring stuff over there. Well, actually, there's quite a bit here. I just want to look at the Santorini area.
Mhm.
A lot of those are offline, of course. What is it with all this equipment being offline? 2016,
Oh wow.
2015. Yeah, a lot of this is just offline. And with those underwater volcanoes, that's a little tricky into figuring out all these are old data stations.
Hold up. Let me go back
A
to
little
that.
tricky into...
You see these lines? What are these lines? I have no clue what these lines mean that are coming from this one particular location. It says the heart of Santorini. That ain't exactly on there, but if that's the heart of Santorini, is this the flow of, freight? I would say, like transportation or anything like that. That could be. That could just be a point of port. But what's there? You know what I'm saying? What's going through that? That's when you start paying attention to, okay, we're looking at things with different eyes now. So it's amazing.
To figuring out all these are old data stations. But anyway, somewhere underneath there, I think we're going to see an eruption happen with this type of earthquake activity. I'm trying to find a seismograph station over there. Kind of hard to find. I may have to add a station list here onto my seismograph station so I can find it, because there's really not a whole lot localized, but I can do a few different things on there. So I'll keep looking for that. But yeah, the latest, again, a 4.9 right around that area. These earthquakes are getting bigger, so this is escalating. Definitely not going down. So we'll watch that. Like I say, in the last 2 weeks, there's been a little bit of migration over here towards the Santorini area, but it looks like it's positioned more just away from that specific volcano. And there's a number of different volcanoes and seamounts out there, but it looks like it's more, closer to the Colombo. And, articles here, very minimal in terms of recent activity, but I'm sure people may start to pick up on this and report maybe what's going on here, because it's obviously got some potential here if they're stating that the magma chamber is reaching a similar volume to the 1600 or the 1650 eruption. The 1600 BCE is from the Santorini volcanic eruption. So I'll continue to watch that, folks, and check back on it, see if I can find some more information on that. But we definitely got to watch that area. Anything that does blast off underneath this water would be super damaging here to the Santorini area.
Mm-hmm.
All these little islands here would be have a tsunami, and potentially the region
The
here
whole
as
region.
well,
That
depending
whole
on
region.
how big of an eruption it is. But it's definitely worth watching, I would say. I don't see that type of earthquake activity being just normal or background levels.
It was 191 in that region.
All right, let's see what else we got here across the world real quick. As far as any other earthquake activity. California, line of movement here from southern end of the Cascadia down into northern California.
It's just
here.
amping
Got a
up.
little trail of earthquake activity.
When this starts, this one little corner, y'all, this one little corner, just like I pointed out the other linchpin, this is the other linchpin right here. There's linchpins there's grenade pins. If you want to get a better idea of it, there's grenade pins. And this is the one location that is always, since I was a kid, that reminded me of like, oh, I remember when that happened. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that this started creeping back up into here, that there's this month of February is going to be a very interesting month as far as what's going on.
Quite a few twos and ones out there. Nothing big happening for now. The rest of California out there, fairly minimal in terms of anything above 2.5. Mostly smaller microquake out here, microquake activity out there today. The rest of the country, a couple more earthquakes up in the northeast. Things have been moving out here.
See, and even right here inside of New York, this whole region right here is all buildings on top of buildings on top of buildings. Any type of shaking of these buildings, y'all. We just seen what happened to 9/11. That even that alone, the destruction of that falling and hitting the ground, that damaged that whole area. It took them a long time. They just didn't build just the one world tower, the one world tower up again. They had to restructure and refix everything. And then all of the rest of the raggedy stuff, they didn't even bother with it. They didn't even fix all that stuff up. So that's why you're seeing all of these fires and all of these buildings out throughout the East Coast and stuff like that, because the buildings are old and they're damaged even more than what they was damaged in the first place. But because these smaller earthquakes are not popping up now, you're cracking into that brick. You're cracking into that fragile ground that is under in those regions. You got to understand, all of that region, there's a lot of undergroundness. So you got a lot of people just walking on concrete, on curbs, on streets, and there's literally nothing under there for several meters, hundreds of feet, I guess. Like an empty nothingness for a bus or a train to collapse and fall. And so we just showed you videos of these throughout the whole month. We've been consistently here showing you everything that we've been dialing back on. The fact that this is happening right now, because we showed the other map right now. I'm just looking at Maine and Concord right here, Concord, and then the top of New York, closest to Vermont, New Hampshire. But right outside of Montreal, right outside of Ottawa, Quebec, that whole region, this whole region, the infrastructure in a lot of these regions are very fragile. They're not as strong. They're not built with the same type of engineering that was done on the West Coast. And even that engineering still is not going to stop a damn major earthquake. You know what I'm saying? It's just Mama Ruwak is going to do whatever she want to do. And I dare you to try to stop her from whooping your ass with the belt. So it is like, this is what judgment looks like, that it's popping up in every single location as is and as designed, in the exact locations, on the exact times, at the exact date, in the exact time of the days. Everything has been exact this whole year that I've been paying attention to. It's weird, it's crazy, it's scary, but it's like such a revelation for us to be able to witness these things.
We've got New Hampshire and New York, a couple of smaller quakes. Of course, remember, historically, this area has had some bigger.
It's right both points. It's literally damn near smack dab. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring it back. As he brought it up.
Historically, this area has seen
Okay, so
some
all right.
has had some big earthquakes
I thought I can bring it back.
around New
But
York.
yeah, but look at all of
further
them
up here.
Yeah, there you go. All right, it's a better one. So right out here, well, he got his damn mouse in the way. But right there in Ottawa, right there in Montreal, that's right in that zone. That zone looked like an upside down person, an upside down human, stick figure. But right out in Boston, each one of these regions is literally hitting spot on the points, right outside of it, right in Ohio. This one, that point, all of these different points that we're looking at, these little circles, these are where these points have been happening at.
Upper New York State. So hundreds of years have passed since we've seen any bigger earthquake activity out here. And just a friendly reminder, these little quakes are that, you can see a big one again. The question is when.
When?
Largest magnitude here so far today is going to be a 5.1 across the Peru-Chile Trench, 26 miles here into that subduction zone.
Okay, Chile, y'all, has been going through it badly. Chile, Argentina, and Peru. Like, it's bad in these whole regions, y'all. It's bad. It really is.
Rest of the globe out here, aside from that big time movement there at that volcano, shows typical conditions out here across Indonesia Islands area. Clustering of deep quakes around the Tonga Trench. New Zealand, nothing big, just a 3-pointer down there for now. But things are on the move out here for sure. Atlantic Ocean pretty quiet. Let's check out space weather, see if there's anything major going on here. A little bit of elevated activity, it looks like, here in the last few hours.
It's getting up there.
With some M flare activity kicking up.
Yeah.
A number of M flares here, so let's see where that's coming from. Last night didn't look...
Look at that X flare. That's what I'll be paying attention to, is this one right here, this X flare. The higher this goes up, the more they're going to start getting scared and jumpy and panicky and all that stuff. Anytime it starts getting up to this 15, the moment it gets past this 15, that's why you're seeing him even replying to this. The M flares is getting up there now. But that X flare, even the proton now.
Like it was all that happening.
Just
in terms of elevated activity. 39.81 and 39.77. 77 and 81 here.
Yep.
Well, this area has definitely popped up a little bit in terms of complexity.
See, and it's funny because he was saying like, oh, it ain't nothing to be thinking about and nothing to be worried about. I'm like, nope, that sun is just farting or taking a breather, getting a second wind or blinking. I really thought it was just blinking. You know what I'm saying? Because when you look at it in a fast lapse, when you time lapse it and you fast it up, it literally looked like it was blinking. That's why I brought it up. It's like, oh, the sun was literally blinking at us from the side, giving us a side eye, and it blinked, and then now it's starting to face towards us. As you can see, it's literally damn near right spot on us, and I'm looking at it to blast us, just because it's what the activity has been going on, and you look at patterns and you look at behavior and patterns, and they all match up.
Complexity. This area is very close here in proximity to the magnetic structure that could produce some flaring. I believe that's where one of the M flares popped up. But looks like this thing back here may be going through a little interesting growing stage.
Yeah. So and it's humongous. That's what I'm saying. Like he's just identifying it as these little small pockets. That whole region is lit up. There's nothing to say that this whole, from right here, this one little dot right here, circling all the way around and going all the way right here. There's nothing to say that this whole region won't turn into this one big ass dot right here. Yes, it can be this one little section right here, but the fact that you have so much yellow down here, you know what I'm saying? And then the yellow is creeping in and overtaking majority of the green sections now. When it's more green, yeah, ain't nobody gonna be tripping. But when you got the yellow in the majority, yeah, I'm paying attention to it.
Watch that. I did bump up my M flare potential.
Yeah.
X flare is a little bit, probably around 5 to 10% as well with that region. The solar ham site reporting 15% chance for X flare, 55 for M flare.
Mm-hmm.
No major roars there in the forecast for now. Storm Prediction Center got not a whole lot of severe weather out there for now. Things are pretty quiet across the board. Here in California, we've got a pretty decent storm system out there. Kind of partly cloudy, super windy out right now. There might be some showers today around my neck of the woods. Most of it is up in the mountains, a higher terrain, providing that extra lift for the ample moisture that's in the atmosphere. That is going to continue for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Over the next couple days, got some decent precipitation runs showing for Northern California. Pick up a couple more inches of rainfall there. For my neck of the woods, lots of rainfall across the coast and the mountains. So there's another storm system as well as we head towards Thursday and Friday time period. And after that, the pattern flips a little bit more like it did earlier back in January.
Whenever he whenever he does this time loop and it goes fast, it's like when he does it, it's like these big old clouds. So like if I rewind it back, but it's like they come in like an arrowhead, and it's like bow, and it's like it's hitting a specific location and then it dissipates. I don't know if anybody else see that, but watch if I wind it back for him to do that. But if you look at any of the other ones, it's like it goes right to the East Coast or go to a specific location from up here, and it's like an arrow, and then this is like a sword when it goes to the X. So it's like you're getting this one, you're getting that one, you're getting X, you're getting that. So
storm system out there. Kind of partly cloudy, super windy out right now. There might be some showers today around my neck of the woods. Most of it is up in the mountains, a higher terrain, providing that extra lift for the ample moisture that's in the atmosphere. That is going to continue for a little while. Over the next couple days, got some decent precipitation runs showing for Northern California. Pick up a couple more inches of rainfall there.
Boom, dark.
For my neck of the woods, lots of rainfall across the coast and the mountains. So there's another storm system.
And it's interesting because he keeps showing this, and I'm always paying attention to it, that it is not, these storms have not let go of the southern states. These storms have been hugging these, especially right here going into the Capitol building. Tennessee, forget about it. It's been getting slammed. Western North Carolina, forget about it. Getting slammed. I promise you, I got videos for y'all to back up all of this. This is looking from a when in doubt, zoom out. So you got to zoom out all the way so you can see everything all the way to the planetary. Then you got to get all the way up on the scope. But these whole regions have been getting slammed.
As well as we head towards Thursday and Friday time period.
Look at that. Come out of like an arrow.
After that, the pattern flips a little bit more like it did earlier back in January, where we had a lot of cold air here across the eastern portion of the country. That's returning.
And it's like it
Look at all that
splashes
cold air.
Yeah,
Snow and ice back down into Texas.
It's like a dagger.
Yeah. Looks like that's going to be a repeat scenario here. It could have some decent snowfall accumulation rates there across the area as we head into February 18th time period. We'll keep an eye on it. Either way, total accumulated precipitation runs show some decent precipitation out here for California. Southern California, not so much, but hopefully they get some.
And even with them saying that, okay, even with them saying that the precipitation is up here, you have to understand, just because he's saying it here and the same of the other locations, it may have been snowing there, but now it's a drought. It may have been raining there, but now it's something opposite that is at the same measurement as jacked up as it is. So even there's no rain going down here. They're like, oh, in Southern California, oh, there's no, now they're saying that they got 100% of those fires contained, like the Easton and the Pacific Palisades. And that's a victory for them, not knowing that right around the corner, like I said, If you've never been to California, these Santa Ana winds are unforgiving. They are unforgiving. That is truly the craziest wind. They are unforgiving in that whole region, and it will completely keep this whole area dried out, and it will pass. It will throw fire embers miles all around the Inland Empire, all around the mountains. So yes, it's still drying out. It ain't getting nothing up. It's getting up here. And the thing is, Southern California is anticipating them to kick some water down, like if there's snow in the Sierra Mountains, like Lake Tahoe and all of these things. Sure, okay, but there's a drought in Wisconsin. There's, you know what I'm saying? Like there's something going on in every other location, and you can't just, think that, oh, it's just taking a breather. No, none of the weather anywhere is taking a breather. Colorado is going through it. Oklahoma is going through it. Tennessee, every single nook and cranny of every location around the world is going through it. The Holy Mother is literally not playing with not one place. So yeah, we're seeing it from every angle when we look at all of this stuff. And then when I show it from this angle, then I have to show you on a street view. Because it's like, okay, it's there. Yeah, whatever. But it's a different time that we're in right now, y'all. So I don't know who that is. Let me go ahead and get rid of this person. I get very weird invites.
Some rainfall. Live look at the seismograph stations there. Yellowstone, a couple earthquakes there on that graph. So let's go see what's going on there across the Yellowstone real quick. Sometimes I forget to check. Not seeing a whole lot of earthquake activity. There's just a couple small spikes there on that graph. Really nothing big. All the seismograph stations there look pretty clear. The rest of the model there, nothing major going on. Like I say, I'll continue to watch this movement out around the Colombo volcano, underwater volcano.
Mm-hmm.
Last eruption here was 1600. It's not quite underneath the Santorini area where that big eruption happened back in 1650 BCE.
Yeah.
But this is more across the volcanic rift zone here, where the Colombo volcano is. And that's just a lot of earthquake activity, and this ain't going away. These are getting bigger. So I'll keep my eyes open. If anyone's got any information out there to share, then please do so. There's always volcanoes across Indonesia Islands area. It's just a major volcanic area, but this specific volcano has potential to do some damage for sure. What we got there? Yellow on this volcano.
Mm-hmm.
Did they update that? Yeah, it does look like it was last updated here just a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Down to up to a yellow.
The volcano is not resting.
We got there some live data.
Waking up.
There's the earthquake charts. I'll have to come back and look at this a little bit. I really don't mess around too much on the Volcano Discovery website, but it does have quite a bit of interesting information out here. All right, I'm out of here, folks.
Yep. And that is what is taking place right now. And so you can't make that up, This stuff is happening. This stuff is truly happening. Great glory. Great glory. So yeah, with all of these zones that I was showing you, I wanted to bring the beloved sister up, Sister Renana. She can be able to expound on the balances and imbalances and alignments and the yins and yangs of these regions and how they correlate with the unprecedented historical activity that is going on in our world right now. And so it is what a wonderful time to be living in. You know, we are really studying. We are really kicking it up a notch and knowing what we're dealing with. You know, we're truly knowing what we're dealing with. So let me see if the beloved sister's there. It's cool. Hey there, beloved sister. You'll be able to share your screen. Let me move this out of the way.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear
Shalom.
me?
Yes, I can.
Shalom. Okay, so I want to make sure this mic is good. I have to get a mic stand. I'm actually looking for desktop so I can do this a little
Okay.
better. But if you're
Yes.
hearing my stuff meditating, and today is my day, so I like to
Yes.
meditate and enjoy this stuff. So, I wanted to share my
Yes.
screen
Let me.
with you at
Mm-hmm.
the ley lines here. We can look at the and I did a little bit of change up of my network here. Stay up this time instead of
Okay.
dying on me. But see, share. We don't need audio. So if you want to take a, can you see my ley lines
Uh,
map here?
no, it did not pop up yet. Uh, let's show the link.
So
There we go.
okay, so this is the ley lines
Oh,
map,
hold on.
and then
Mm-hmm.
okay, so we were looking at you had part of Africa up here. You were asking the question of is there a whole lot of stuff going on there? And then I also put a little I marked Santorini, Greece
Mm-hmm.
around here where we were just looking at the volcanoes. Well, first of all, we're looking at our handy dandy ley lines map here. And mind you, remember this is a snapshot of what people have agreed to be the ley lines.
Mm-hmm.
This is not showing actual movement that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So these ley lines could be shifting back and forth, turning on and
Yes.
off, blinking. They could be doing whatever they want to do. This is just a basic agreed upon map of this is the connection of the points that we've all agreed upon, or people have.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I take this off, and that's the reason why I'm mentioning it because of the times that we're
Yes.
in Genova. This is a lot of this is 83's
Yeah.
information,
Frantic
but we're
knowledge.
just yeah, exactly. These are things that they just fragmented bits and pieces that they were allowed to get. But seeing it, like you said, with spiritual eyes, I'm seeing this differently than they might have
Mm-hmm.
intended us to be looking at it. But I'm
Yes.
seeing it as far as feeling things. Now you were looking at this area of what was that at first? You were looking at not Santorini, but you were looking at someplace in Africa. What the ley lines looked around this northern Africa area, Sudan,
Mm-hmm.
Djibouti, Egypt, and Libya, and all this stuff. Look at these conjunctions. So we're looking at the basic yin and yang right now. We're not even looking at the bypasses. So if you remember from last time when I told you, the basic lines are the major
Mm-hmm.
highways, like the
Yes.
major highways, and then yin and yang are like the state like highways in between,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then the balance is your bypasses. So balance is interconnect things together. If you want to get faster to somewhere, that's like this is like the way that the spiritual is that the energies are finding highways to move on. Okay, so knowing all this, we're seeing that in this area we have a lot of interchanges. So of course we got over here under Morocco. What is this? This has got to be the Congo. This is probably
No, the Congo's
no
by
Congo's.
Cameroon.
This is
Was that
what is this?
Morocco? That is Algeria, Albania,
Algeria.
uh,
See,
the
I don't want to
Ivory,
zoom in
yeah,
too
the
much
Ivory
because
Coast. Um,
Yeah,
Mali,
over,
Niger.
in the
Yeah.
middle of this little
Hmm.
Mauritania, um, Algeria, Mali, this
That's
area. So
that's
this is the
interesting.
eastern area, or the western, sorry, area, and then we got over here going towards Egypt. But I think it's really interesting how you got a couple of these. You got this major interchange here. I'm saying interchanges of this track.
Hmm.
I'm thinking a spiritual thing. And then you got like Israel right here, that shape, diamond shape that's happening here with these
Hmm.
4 points, and what these points are throwing off, and
Hmm.
then the little triangles in between the
I
shape.
see that.
This looks like a whirlpool of just action, like this
Yeah.
was shooting. All this flurry of little points that are here too. These little points, um, things, Senus Ret, whatever that is.
Hmm.
The pyramid of Senus Ret. Some of them have pictures, some of them don't. Pyramids, basically, all the
Hmm.
pyramids. And then it's right here. So there's a lot of spiritual activity happening here. So if you, yes, this is
Wow.
you were looking right there. This is a lot of
That's a lot.
conjunction happening here. There's a lot of stuff in here. This is getting tied up here. Chad, Niger, and all this stuff going on with Libya and all this stuff. Look at this little tie up right
Hmm.
here. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's going on there? Addis with Ethiopia and the people getting mad, and Somalia don't want
Hmm.
to, and then they don't want to like coast or anything
Yeah.
with each other, and Sudan is getting all this stuff going on, and then over here in the Congo, just a bunch of mess. Gabon
Hmm.
and Tanzania, and out of that triangle of like mess happening here. You know what I'm saying? Just a bunch of, and with all these going all over the place, yeah, you can see how there could be some kind of fighting. This is an overall
Hmm.
view. This is like you're coming in and you're coming into Earth. You're just going, okay, what does it look like right now? It looks like it might be windy over here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you the
Hmm.
weather report
Yeah. Yeah.
from what I'm seeing from. So, okay. With that being said, you see there's a lot of activity up here. Going area here, getting a little close to that conjunction of Lebanon, all the places around here.
Hmm. Yeah.
Are people here, and then we got
There's so many historical locations and
this is
around in
the
that diamond.
area
There's so many,
in that diamond.
historical
What does
in
it?
that diamond, right on the
This
outside
is
of
a
it.
pentagram.
Yeah, a
You know
pentagon right
about
there between Athens.
the
Athens.
and what?
Ah, okay.
Greek
Athens.
and
Yeah.
Turkey or Istanbul or something.
Kamala.
And then yeah, Kemal Pasha,
Yeah, something like that.
whatever.
Yeah.
Crete, and then we got over here, and
Hmm.
then over side of Greece, outside of Pentagon area. We know what Penta and what that is, Cosm.
Hmm.
And then
The
that's
fact that
Big
it's
Mike. Big
upside
Mike,
down. It's
basically.
and the
It's
pentagon is not facing
upside
up. It's
down. Big
facing
Mike
down.
having.
Yes. Wow. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So is that scrubbing
Or
all of
it
the
depends.
evil out
You
right now?
can see this is the top right here, whatever it is. It's pointing down or up.
Understandable. Yeah. However you.
Big Mike
Yeah.
is over here hanging out. Big Mike,
Yeah.
yeah, Big Mike is hanging out. And so this is like every area, and you have all these volcanoes here, and then you were that lines that there is. These are shipping lanes. So if
Mm.
you were wondering what those lines
Okay.
were, this is gonna just take a second, and it's gonna take a
Yeah, you
second.
good.
Yeah, but the
Santorini. Mm.
so
It's like right on the edge of it. Everything that didn't
Yes,
happen and right on the outside
I
of
went
it
there. It's
is right.
absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Right in right. This one had a good view of the shipping. Here we go. It is those little buildings with the blue roofs and stuff.
Hmm.
With mine coming in and the water so blue. It's just so fabulous.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. It's just peaceful. But I went to Mykonos and realized it was a little gay mecca. I didn't realize that at the time. So I was over here on Mykonos. I'm like, oh wow, all the gay people are here. Great.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, not gonna meet anybody over here
No,
that,
not gonna meet me. You ain't gonna
that I
meet. You
can
ain't gonna be your level.
okay. Not for me. They into the
Mm-mm.
so you saw like the heart of the heart
Yeah.
of Santorini, basically the shipping lanes to
Okay.
this port. So that's basically what. But they're following the shipping lines. But what you were seeing was the nat stuff underneath,
Hmm.
and I'm going, what's in there? You see how it is,
Yeah.
how light it
Like
is. This is the
yeah.
land formation, the land underneath,
Hmm.
and then it's all. What is this a
Uh,
cliff? What is this?
it
What is
has
it?
to be.
It's so
It
deep
has
right
to
there.
be.
It's just
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy. Okay, it has. Or it's like claw or something. Is it a tool? Is this an animal? What is this going on
Mm.
here? It's crazy water. This is showing that we have going in here. And this is like as you can see, it's just a hotbed of activity. We got all this major stuff going on here. This little happening here right in front of this volcano. Yellowstone, this Yellowstone erupting, this thing
Uh,
blowing off, and we like we
yes.
were not. It's getting over here. What's the
Hmm.
so? It's just amazing. We're gonna have our
And,
eyes on one
and
thing
and
somewhere
when I
else.
see Alexander, and when I see Alexandria being one of the wonders of the world, and that point being where one of the, you know, that's one of the conjunctions right there, and Alexandria being one of the wonders of the world. It's just even Istanbul. It's just like them being
Mm-hmm.
so close to all of these locations. It's just not like they're not out of the way. They're not getting these places or building these
Yes,
places just by
they
happen
only check.
chance. Like, yeah. So
Mm-hmm. The energy is leading them there. They didn't do this. They did this on purpose. They knew what
got
they were doing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
They did this on purpose. They were led here by something. And we got into the
They took advantage of it.
balance lines. They
Yeah.
showed the balance lines. They sure did. They sure did. The balance line needs to give you even more of a the pop that
Ooh.
balance line. Look how much of this up here doing some more. It's
Yeah.
just like pew, pew, pew. You go from this point to
Mm.
like just bypassing on highway. You just go bypass right there.
Mm.
Easy. This energy is thick here. It's very
Yes.
thick here. Always has
There.
been thick there, but
Yes,
when it
it has.
starts acting up, the world has got something.
Yeah.
And then, so that's thing to see. I can only imagine. But this is a lot of. We have a yin conjunction here. We
Mm.
have around this area yin yang conjunction here. Then we got a junction right here. This little X marks the spot, and then
Mm-hmm.
P2C points. Mount Athos. I'm looking at the high points that are up there.
Yes.
So collect a lot. So they resonate. They could be resonating together. If this one's getting something,
Yes.
it could just start shaking everything
Mm-hmm.
around here, shaking everything. Just everything right here is just shaking, and all the magma's getting all bubbled up and crazy. And now it's gonna here, Ukraine or something. This on. Who knows? Only he knows, but he knows what he's doing. His
Yes.
highway system that we've mapped out, writer, 83 has. What we wanted to look at was Chile. We were looking at Chile.
And most of these
See, I
points
wish
are
we could
just
do
not
this side by
happening.
side at the time.
That's a good question.
Or
I
just
want to
what?
know
Yeah,
if
they're
I
just not
can
happening.
actually. Yeah, I don't know if I
Don't
can,
worry,
but
but we can
yeah,
we can
we'll
practice
practice.
sometime.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, do a rehearsal later. Some and then
Mhm. But most
Santiago.
of these points, are on land. You like when you get to the southern part of the hemisphere, you can see them going into the water because most of the water is at the bottom of the have to be below the equator. But for the
Mhm,
most part, a lot of these points are on land. You know, or they
mhm,
hitting in
mhm.
pivotal points that we're looking at. Oh, Santiago right there. Okay, I see it.
Santiago,
Oh
Chile.
man,
We got Chile, another one of these diamond action
yes.
things going on around the conjunction. Little crazy. Let's see Santiago. Outside of Santiago is I sent you the chat on that one. El Ladriado. En la Enladriado. Okay, I tried
Mm-hmm.
to sound it out in Spanish.
And yeah,
En
in
Ladriado.
Montreal.
Okay, En Ladriado. Okay. So I did take a little Spanish. So anyway, but this is an elevated site made of
Mm-hmm.
volcanic stone blocks that is rumored to be a landing pad for flying saucers.
What?
Flying saucers?
What?
What?
What? I
What
didn't know
is?
that was. What?
What is it?
What the hell is this?
That's exact.
Huh?
That's how I. What is this?
Wow.
What? Okay. Spaceships. So I'm like, oh well, that's interesting. So you saying Chile going through it right
Wow.
now? Well, maybe, maybe
Maybe.
Space Force. I don't know. Who
Huh.
knows? I don't know.
Wow.
I let the Most High do what He do. This is what He
Wow.
doing.
I would have never thought
Do
that
what you
out.
want,
Yes.
Father.
Do it.
Do what you do, Father. Do
Man.
what you do.
I didn't know. I
I
didn't know
don't know.
that.
I don't know.
Man.
Yeah, learn something every day.
Yes.
But then I'm hoping not to bring useless information, but this is just so
No, it's
bleeping
not.
interesting.
It's not.
It's so bleeping interesting. And so, like I said, this is 83's information. They mapped
Useless
this out a
information
while.
is wondering what shoe size Kim Kardashian wears. Useless
Yeah.
information. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Mm,
useless. This is
mm.
not.
This
None
is
of that
not
we
useless.
talk. None of
This is
no.
not.
This is exactly going down our divine path that we're.
If you care about
Thank you.
as a someone who natural navigator, like I got a father who loved auto racing. I love to drive cars. I work on cars. I
Yes.
love to fly. I would love to have a pilot license if I could have one, but it costs too bleeping much. And it's just you got to go through so many checks and balances to be a pilot
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. Which is why the other day when you were talking about the pilots and how they be like drunk and how they be over
Oh,
here doing dumb
it's
stuff. Who was the one time? Who was just doing dumb stuff? I can't believe
yeah,
they do that because it's like, well, as long as it takes to get your pilot license and how hard it is and what the
yeah.
hoops
And
they
then the
make you
fast
jump through,
lose it
and
like
you
that in
just
a drop.
lose it like that in a drop just over having some drinks in the bar. Dude, go without the drinks. Get some discipline together. I don't know. They
Yeah,
losing their minds. That's the reason what it
yeah,
is. They losing their
yeah.
bleeping minds.
Because
They
they're
ain't
getting
here no more.
overworked and they're not used to the overworking. So that's what is really playing out. Like they're gassing out on every profession. It don't just the fact you just brought up the pilots. Now we're talking about doctors and surgeons. We're talking about people who are working as
Mm-hmm.
firefighters now. We're talking about people who are literally, oh my goodness. Every everybody, it's just too
It's too
much for a
much.
lot of people right
Yeah,
now.
it's too much.
You know? Yeah.
They do too
Yeah.
many
You want
things.
it,
Too many
y'all wanted to
things,
make
bro.
America great again?
Just
All right. Haul ass. Put them grabbing boots.
hmm But if they talking about making America great again and they're not they don't know this information about these
No,
ley lines. They don't
no,
know this.
no,
If they do know this, they wouldn't be saying the crap that they saying because really,
no.
and if they knew anything about it, they would be leaving this area alone. We know what side this is. We
Yes.
know our family over here. They'd be leaving them alone if they knew what the hell they were doing. But they don't. They ain't got no
Mm-mm.
souls. They ain't got no souls. Somebody put in the chat a while back. They don't care. They ain't got no
No.
souls. So but what else? That's the weather report from that. And let me go back here and see if I can share my other, so we can look at uh, how I change this to
Okay, so I want to see Taiwan and
okay,
then the
okay.
East Coast again. So we're right by the East Coast. I want to see the East Coast because we're seeing a lot of activity going on
Oh, the east.
because of the
Yeah, there we go.
uh
Can you
it
still
yeah,
see
yeah.
it?
It's still there. Yeah,
Okay.
you good.
So this is that
Yes.
area: Boston, New Hampshire,
That is an
Montreal.
interesting
Okay, so this
design.
area that
Just
you
the
were looking at before. So
yes.
and then right, I was telling you
Wow.
about Mount
That exact
Black.
location. That exact location,
Yeah,
the X
that's
right there, the one where the okay, well, you see where the white line is going through and the two yins going through. That's where that
mm-hmm,
earthquake was just
mm-hmm.
at.
Yeah,
And then right
okay,
at the where that
right here.
and
Yeah,
then right where that Boston is, that's where the other location is.
yeah,
Mm, mm,
yeah.
mm.
So the two yins in the major
Yes.
line, and then we got this point right here, Glastonbury Mountain, which is the height,
Mm-hmm.
and you know it's grabbing some energy like a
Yes,
lightning.
exactly. Yes.
So it gets like yeah, stuff is getting shot around here. Stuff is getting zapped. Looking at the from the sun and stuff like that. This gathering
Yes.
of information, like you know, a lightning rod, like an antenna.
Yes.
You know, antennas. You know, getting information from the sun. Sun's probably transmitting some stuff. What the hell you doing over there?
Mm-hmm.
Stop, you know, say you know, sun here at us. Mama telling us to stop, and we sitting over here like, what? And they're like, what, mama?
I
Wait.
know I got something for
So,
Glastonbury
yeah.
as far as news on in one of these tabs, but the fact that you just brought that up, I believe I have something for Glastonbury, but I'm glad that you just showed that to me because I'm like, wow, I just happened to find that information and not even knowing that that would be in that location. You know, so things just work out the way they're supposed to work out because I didn't know where that mountain was, and I
Mhm.
happened to pull some information up about that too. So I'll show it later, but I'm just glad you're showing me this
Yeah,
because
love to.
yeah.
I would love to. If anybody else could shed some insights on this, look, I'm basically learning how to drive here. That's basically what I'm learning how to do. So,
Yeah,
if you guys got some more understanding about
please
what
feel
this
free.
is,
Yeah,
please
raise
feel
your
free.
hand. You're more than welcome to join in the chat. You know, I can put the link down for any of the beloved sisters out there and brothers on all the platforms.
Who got some more
Yeah,
insights about this?
because
But
we all are
these ley
information
lines is
sharers.
on it.
We're grouping ourselves together to keep each other
these these ley
informed.
lines are on it. They on one. That's what they are. They on one. They on one.
Even if that
So
Michigan one right
that's
there,
what.
okay, that
Mm-hmm.
Montreal one, Montreal, that runs right through
Oh yeah,
Montreal.
mm-hmm.
It's just like an inch. Well, okay, what is that right there? That point right there in Illinois, and then that's covering right in Chicago.
Illinois.
Yeah, that whole Chicago area, Michigan area. That's just a
Mm-hmm.
whole cluster, man.
Yeah, this is right
And
here.
then
This is
Kentucky,
very around
Kentucky.
this being from there. Yeah,
Yes,
that Michigan, by the way, is beautiful. So I love it.
that Kentucky
Very
one right
clean.
there is Bowling Green.
Um, this Tennessee
Yeah,
little.
yeah, that one right there is Bowling Green with
Mm-hmm.
the white. Yep. Um, West
I
Virginia.
love Memphis.
Mm, wow.
Yep. West
Just
Virginia
looking at every single one of them.
and all this stuff down right now. Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, they major and going on something. They getting hit. They getting hit. That's all I know.
Yeah.
They got a conjunction, uh, balance versus uh, uh, on
Yeah.
to the bypass them, just throwing them, just
And it's
throwing them,
right there by Philadelphia, where
throwing them. You
that's
getting
right
it?
there, where that
Y'all getting it?
yeah,
Something
right
right
there
there.
with DC, right there with Philadelphia. That main balance line
What's the
is balancing that whole region out right now. Philadelphia,
Look at
and all that
this.
whole area is
You know,
it's
when I
really,
was telling you about
yeah.
the, you know, when I was telling you about antennas, this is a
Hmm.
man-made antenna. We
Oh,
all know this, right?
that's the
Man-made
Washington
antenna.
Monument. Wow.
Washington, Monument.
So it's been scraping
A
the
man-made
energy.
antenna.
So they've been
It's
scraping
scraping it,
energy.
just gets taking it in.
Wow.
hmm And that's why they probably getting hit. They on the
On
main
the
line. Look at them.
exactly.
You know what they on a main line? What they doing? They some
Yeah.
some day energy. They marry up some energy right now.
Yeah. Is that
Just,
okay? Is that
just
point
sucking it up. What like they just sucking up all
sucking up all the bite?
this one. North Carolina. This
So is that Virginia
that's
one? That Virginia crossing? Is that Langley?
gonna stop
That looks like Langley.
where we at
Yeah.
right
Right.
here.
Right where the
Okay.
crossing
Yeah.
between Virginia and okay, what
hmm
is that? Pilot Mountain. I have not been to Pilot Mountain.
Virginia, West Virginia. Mm,
I didn't even know that was out there.
Yeah, this is North Carolina
Okay.
is North Carolina. North Carolina. Right? Look at that. What is that? That is a tree. That's
Yeah,
not other
that's
stuff. No, I was kidding. I don't
yeah,
know,
that's a
but
tree.
maybe it is
That's a petrified
petrified tree.
tree. That looks just like the Devil's Tower.
And it's trying to grow something back with an afro
Yeah.
of a tree.
Oh, Don Cornelius is coming back.
With an
He's
afro.
coming from out the
John
ground.
Courtney.
Don Cornelius got that soul, brother.
Yeah, exactly. What is the
This-
Morphic quartzite
Wow.
monadnock rising to a peak of 2,421 feet, 738 meters above sea level, and is one of the most distinctive natural features of the state of North Carolina. It is an ancient chain of Soratown
Town Mountains.
Mountains,
Sorry, Indians.
the Sora Indians, the region's earliest known inhabitants, called the mountain
Jomioki. Great guide. So is that a guiding post to any of these other locations?
And you know, this under kind of territory. This is
It is, huh?
lots of
Show it. Wow.
so we're talking about guide, you know, going up to Charlotte, Carolina, they give you
Man.
get to Philadelphia, call yourself
Mm.
a little bit. It's not, you know, not at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, when you get up to the northerners,
Yeah.
I can just
I mean, you really got to give it to you got to give it to Harriet Tubman, because if you look where Georgia was at and all that, North Carolina, like to even get up to Pennsylvania, that's not just right around the corner. That's a drive.
it's
Even
a
just
long
for it being a
walk.
drive.
It's a
Yeah, that's a long
long
walk.
walk.
With no
Getting up to
shoes, up and down hills, it's getting stepping on stuff, rocks and sticks, and being chased by dogs through the mud. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Like, we don't give a lot of our elders the credit that we need to. But that's fascinating. So,
I think about that sometimes too. I'm like, I wonder if we'll be able to be that hardy as them, you know, going through their stuff.
yes.
Could we go through it?
Yeah.
You know, could we
Right.
do it? So,
That's a very good question.
and then
Okay.
we can go. I've got a bit of a delay right now.
Yes.
So my network.
Yeah, it's kind of delaying.
Let's see.
Mm.
Let's go to the story and let's share that.
Yes.
Let's tab. We don't need audio and share.
I'm just looking at all these some
So-
phenomenal videos.
We love our living here going on right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is really
Can you
showing.
see my screen with the solarium? Let's take a quick look at our lovely lineup here. Moon's
Yeah,
here.
it
Hey,
hasn't
Moon,
showed up
it's
yet.
sometime in the sky. Mind
You
you,
gotta,
this is
you gotta share
atmosphere,
the
so
screen.
it's. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Can you see it?
Yep. All right. So, yeah, Venus, Saturn, the Sun, Mercury. Yes, we can see it. You're good. So that's the time right now. Okay, Mars is coming around the corner.
You can see
Jupiter, Uranus, the Moon.
Mars coming up.
The Moon is in waxing.
So this is the atmosphere.
So,
Yeah. So mind you, this is the so it's so this is how it's looking. So you're not really seeing anything. We got that. Look up Pluto. I guess we can.
yes, Pluto and Neptune is in a cut. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Venus has been
Can you
right
see
in the sky. Yeah, I can hear you.
me?
Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you,
No,
see
no,
you.
no.
The screen is sharing. Yes. Yeah, everything's still good.
Delayed.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, we're gonna work on that. We're gonna get the delay right.
So they're merciful. Okay.
Oh wow.
So there's Pluto.
So it's ahead of everybody.
So Pluto's there too. So everybody's there. Mars is coming up.
Pluto's all the way in the front,
Pluto,
ducked off.
right there, around there,
Mm.
and be here in about an hour. If you want to see where they're all here. So this is about 3:00. So yep, they're all here. They're all gonna be here. So
Wow.
yeah, everybody's here. They're all partying down, gonna be here for a couple hours. And then that's your beautiful. This is reminding you report. Real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
With the planetary alignment report.
This is not your.
That's
This is not your grandpa.
Okay.
Yes. No, definitely. Thank you, beloved.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so I guess I'm caught up in your timing now. Okay, so with all that going on, good. Actually,
Yes, it did.
Anyway,
We're working at it. Appreciate it.
And then I will kick it on back to you. Let's go see we have a
Awesome.
popping in, so you'll be in the back.
Okay.
Okay.
Shalom.
Talk to you later.
I love seeing that. I hope you guys do too. It's always fascinating energy and information that it really don't get taught in the classes like we would want it to, because most of the classes is like 45, 55 minutes, and then you're off to your next period. And even then, you're trying to get out of that class, and you just can't wait to get into the hallways and stuff like that and go hang out with everybody. But yeah, we're going to sweep through these videos because it's some phenomenal videos that expound on all of that stuff, and they all correlate with each other. So it's a smorgasbord, but I'm definitely going to give you something to feed you guys. We'll is this?
in hundreds of locations
Oh,
within
okay.
and close to the Arctic Circle, where pristine rivers are turning orange, toxic, and highly acidic. That phenomena is known as acid rock drainage and is occurring due to rises in worldwide temperatures which are increasing nearly 4 times faster in the Arctic than the rest of the planet. Yet, while acid rock drainage is caused by a combination of thawing permafrost with cold-resistant and iron-reducing bacteria and/or sulfide minerals becoming exposed, it is not the only dangerous or damaging phenomena occurring in these northern latitudes. I am not simply referring to ground.
It's interesting he brought this up as this is only occurring really in the northern latitudes, because you're seeing a lot of the the glaciers make their way up north. They're coming from out of the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, and then they're going into wherever these sediments are and extracting all of this iron, all of these different minerals, and it's making the water like this everywhere, y'all. Everywhere. I mean, you look at there's a boiling warning. There's a boiling water warning. So I'm glad he brought this up, because a lot of that groundwater is starting to take effect right now. So let me go ahead and finish.
Subsidence making structures in these locations potentially unstable, nor am I referring to hazards associated.
I'm glad he brought that up too. All the stuff that's been unstable. I got videos where literally the ground under a lot of these structures are collapsing. Even major, you know, uh, what is that? Apartments and skyscrapers. So you're seeing this happen on a massive scale right now.
Associated with exploding.
And then then you got the shaking, and then you got the fracking. They're talking about drill, baby, drill. They're drilling everywhere. They've opened up every pipeline to be able to drill everywhere. You see what I'm saying? Places that were really unstable infrastructure, unstable landscape, unstable everything. So they don't care right now. That's why you're seeing all of the chips going all in right now for them to be doing what they're doing right now. But lo and behold, there's a cause and effects for every reaction. For every action, there's a reaction.
Natural gas craters which form giant holes in the ground,
Thank
such
you.
as shown here.
Yep.
Instead, I am referring to a different type of structure easily visible from orbit, whose largest example can be found 661 kilometers or 411 miles north-northeast of the city of Yakutsk. There, within the Arctic Circle, a vast gash exists in plain sight which has been significantly expanding every year. Currently measuring 2,710 meters or 8,891 feet long, 1,000 meters or 3,280 feet wide, and a whopping 100 meters or 328 feet deep, what is almost like an open wound in the remote tundra is referred to as Beta Geica crater. Every day, this strange geologic formation is still continuing to expand, removing more than the volume of an Olympic-sized swimming pool from its edifice every 24 hours as additional material collapses into a deep pit before being eroded away downstream by water. On pace to eventually remove an entire hillside, an even sooner hazard is the likely complete destruction of a patch of forest actively being used for logging by the end of the century. However, while this expanding subsidence landslide of sorts isn't going to destroy any structures, the slow growth of other similarly looking gashes in permafrost-filled landscapes such as this spot in Canada suggests that this won't always be the case, as an isolated problem becomes more and more widespread. In other words, while Beta Geico crater is dangerous, meaning you don't want to go near its rim since it is unstable and expanding, its main danger is what its existence and recent appearance implies for the world. So, why exactly did Beta Geico crater form in the first place? In this section of Russia, along with 12% of Earth's landmass, there is a layer of ground which has remained frozen for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years, known as permafrost.
Yep.
In the case of the land in and surrounding Beta Geico crater, the regional permafrost is between 300 and 500 meters, or 984 to 1,640 feet thick. Permafrost is a solid and impermeable layer, meaning that not only can groundwater not penetrate it, But while it exists, it almost acts as solid rock which stabilizes the entire landmass.
Mm-hmm.
However, with temperatures continuing to rise around the planet, this has caused the active layer to expand and eat away at what was previously permafrost frozen for upwards of 500,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
This process was accelerated by regional logging which occurred in the 1950s and 1960s, removing root systems which insulated portions of the active layer to keep it a stable temperature. As a result, the ground could now reach more wide-ranging and higher temperatures, finally melting away at the top of the thick permafrost layer. Since permafrost is typically composed of 20% to 85% ice by volume, when the ice melted and drained away, it caused overlying ground to subside and form a large depression in the ground. This in turn increased the area of permafrost exposed to higher temperatures, increasing the rate of thawing and expanding the overall landform in a positive feedback loop. In the best reasonable outcome, it appears that Arctic temperatures will increase by 2.8 degrees Celsius by 2100. This could decrease the thickness of permafrost in some areas by as much as 112 meters, potentially causing as much subsidence as the volume of ice that previously existed in this mass. This will release greenhouse gases previously stored in said layers, which is dangerous for the well-being of Earth and its climate.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is some good news. Not all patches of permafrost are alike, and not only does permafrost thickness widely vary, but its ice content also varies. Similar features to Batagaika crater termed thermokarst depressions are most likely to only form in regions where permafrost is more than 50% by volume ice and is already quite thick.
So I bring that up on the contingency of what we're seeing with all of the activity on top of that. So the fact that you have a major, the extremes are going from super hot to super cold. This is a global icy hot rub down right now. It's a global rub down, shake down, whatever you want to call it. But it is removing the land that is on top. It's doing this everywhere, y'all. That's why I was just like, let me wait to find out what's going on, because this weather system, these weather patterns, were completely different than what I had, in mind. But because of this is happening, because this permafrost, like you said, for thousands of years, y'all, we know what's in this. We know what's in this ice, but they don't. We know that there is viruses, bacteria, algae, remnants of all type of things that are starting to sprout up and come to existence again as it has ever been. So yeah, you are seeing massive amounts of the weather affecting all operations everywhere. Look at New Orleans. They're behind on the Super Bowl. Look at the inauguration. They had to move the inauguration inside. Look at all of these like 5K and 10K runs. People slipping on ice. And I got a bunch of stuff about snow and ice on these videos. But yeah, just the winter. The winter is here. It ain't going nowhere. People are inside and super. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Wow. Oh, y'all. There you go. There you go. Finally. Dang, what a trip.
And for Tracy Carlos tonight, an ice jam broke free, causing the Chagrin River to swell and flood several homes, creating problems for homeowners and the fire department. News 5's Jeff Levkulich talked with people who are worried about what the next day will bring.
Flooding concerns in Willoughby Hills as ice jams on the Chagrin River have residents concerned downstreams. On News 5's Jeff Levkulich, and this is the epicenter where all this ice has gathered, and people downstream from here are worried that when this ice breaks, it could flood their houses. Pleasant Valley Park was a haven for those looking to take pictures and videos of the ice jam on the Chagrin River.
It's amazing.
That is unbelievable. I can't even believe it.
It's not even moving.
Saturday night, the miles-long jam was holding steady
I've never seen anything like it.
as flooding threatened homes along its banks.
I just hope it doesn't open up. Well, I want it to open up tonight.
This man telling us he is not sticking around to find out.
Taking my kids out of here. You know, I live on Milan Drive, so we left last night and came back today. I was hoping this was going to be gone.
The Willoughby Hills Fire Department is on standby. So
That's the one thing, that the elements are not trying to be gone. That's what they're realizing now. Like, yeah, I thought it would be gone. I thought that I can just, lay my head down and blink my eyes and then wake up and, click my heels and everything would be gone. No, these fires, okay, let me go one by one. The water and the ice are not going anywhere. They are expanding and shrinking everything. You see what I'm saying? They're expanding the pipes. They're shrinking the pipes. The pressure from the wind with the water is exploding these pipes, whether they're lead, whether they're copper, whether they're any, plastic adhesive. It doesn't matter right now. What we're seeing is that anything that 83 has created and made is not sufficient. And it is showing that it's very ill sufficient, very poorly sufficient for what the mama got. Mama got a whole lot of wind. Mama got a whole lot of weather, got a whole lot of water and fire and earth shaking and moving. Now with the fires happening right now, and like I said, it's expanding. You're freezing. I don't know if gas can freeze. That is a good question. I never just asked. I would think it does, because it would be a solid gas. It doesn't turn into like frozen gas, but I would think that it would turn into frozen gas bubbles if it's, say, like with the permafrost. So when you're getting this stuff melting, everywhere I've been hearing is that people are smelling a smell. They're smelling an odor everywhere. And it's irritating people, but it's irritating them to where it's like people are short fusing, or they're becoming like in a disgust, angst of anger behind, like it's almost like a hypnotism of smoke or gas, really, that is changing people's behaviors. I'm just noticing that because it's been out here, it's been out on the other side, and I try to put two and two together when I look at everything. But anyways, go ahead.
So far, they've not had to evacuate anyone.
Go down and watch it. We have several bridges in the cities that have gauges painted on them, so we monitor the water levels. We have electronic gauges on a couple of the bridges.
Lieutenant Lou DiMattia told me his department and several others along the Chagrin have been monitoring the water levels on their phones with a new app.
Because if we're running other calls, we may not be able to be down by the river. It helps us just kind of keep
Down by the riverside, down by the riverside.
an eye on things.
For many, they are moving their valuables to higher ground in their homes in anticipation of the worst.
Yeah, it can go from what you're looking at right now to up to my house in 20 minutes.
Wow. Sandy Sheasley told me that could be 20 feet of water.
It happens quick.
She's lived here since March of 2001, and while she always knew this could happen, it took 14 years before they ever had an issue.
I've had 10-foot pieces of slab ice in my yard. In 2015, when I walked out my front door, it was over my knees. So that was a good 2 feet at least at that point before it receded.
Sheasley would like to see the city do more to break up the jams before they get this big.
It's been up to the edge of my windows.
And capable of a lot of damage.
So I don't understand why they can't break them up somehow, whether they detonate them somehow or...
Who is they? Keep saying these theys. What you talking about, niggas? Who you talking about, they? This is all your people's doing. And this is judgment coming back. So it's like, who is they? Who are you wanting to do this particular work?
Bring a crane with a wrecking ball in even onto the edge of the river. There's plenty of open area. I mean, they couldn't get through here in my house.
All her ideas are coming behind emotion. She's just getting emotionally angry and frustrated behind it and don't sound no type of logic behind what she's talking about. That's because they have logic. They have no clue, and they're gonna never have a clue on how this stuff is literally Mike Tyson punching them in every direction. She has the ice, you got the flooding, you got the wind, you got the fire, you got the drought, you got the famine, you got the diseases. You pick one or pick them all. It don't matter. But I'm just saying, like, this is how detrimental it has gotten in everybody's life right now.
But there's open areas that you can get to the water.
Lieutenant DiMatteo told me it's unlikely they would bring back detonating the ice like they did in the 70s.
Probably not. It's dangerous putting people out on the ice, and just we're kind of at the mercy of Mother Nature.
Just got to expect it when you live on the river.
And as we said, there's not much warning when this ice breaks and begins to break up. But we'll continue to follow things out here, and we'll have the latest for you on Good.
It's literally no chance for any of you guys. Y'all gonna be dealing with this. Y'all gonna be dealing with this for 6 more weeks because y'all think y'all little groundhog. Y'all think y'all little groundhog on is y'all little. They think their little groundhog is they Cleo. Come here now for your free tarot reading. Come here now for your free groundhog reading. We tell you in the spring, in the winter. But yeah, they just did this. I've never been I've never been involved in this, or I've never gotten excited about it or been tripping about it. But they're partaking in all of their spectacles now. Like I said, like they're still kicking off as like everything's still all good. But understanding that all of these events are still going on with horrible hitches, like breaking things down.
That today is Groundhog Day, and those who are a little more superstitious are wondering, will winter end early? Well, the answer is no. That's according to Punxsutawney Phil, because just hours ago, that groundhog emerged from his hollow log in Gobbler's Knob, and he saw his shadow. So groundhog enthusiasts know that means 6 more weeks of winter. Okay, but Phil's cousin, Buckeye Chuck, also took, don't make me laugh, AJ, took a crack at...
Cause she laughing because this shit don't make no sense. And she sound like a sister. She like, I don't know what the hell these folks. She just laughing her ass off on national television at these folks. And because she got to do her job. She got to report. She got to observe and report. She trying not to laugh like we not trying to laugh, but we not on national news, so we can laugh. We can laugh hysterically about this. I'm just saying that, yeah.
Predicting spring's arrival. Chuck checked for his shadow this morning at the Marion County Fairgrounds, which is just north of Columbus, and he says spring is right around the corner. So Buckeye Chuck disagrees with Phil's prediction. And then ahead in the next half hour, we will introduce you to the owner of Northeast Ohio's own weather predicting cat, known as Concord Casimir. So we'll let you know if his
these people have no clue. It is this is Buckeye Chuck. So now all the groundhogs is in disagreement. They just got them all over the place. They have no clue. This is their festivities, y'all. It's like it becomes addicting for them, and it's like it's not a natural setting. It's not a natural process. You guys created this big old spectacle, got all these people around here, and this is a wild animal. He is you're introducing him in a whole different capacity than a natural. Like, you guys always look to interfere within the natural process of everything. Y'all interrupt the natural process of everything. Y'all don't get it. Y'all still don't get it. Y'all will never get it. That's why y'all have to get y'all ass whooped by the Most High right now. Michael is truly in the midst, and he is literally throwing all of you guys all off course. You guys have no clue about what the hell's about to happen to y'all. Nothing. Nothing. They have no clue. You can't predict none of this stuff. Y'all trying
Residents
to
of a South Maui condo are picking up the pieces after Thursday's storm forced evacuations and left behind a trail of damage. Nikki Schanfeld has the story.
Around 3 a.m. Friday morning, some residents at Kihei Kai started hearing creaking and cracking sounds in their condos.
That speed and volume of water that moved across the property caused the movement of a great deal of earth under one of our buildings.
Yeah,
and,
look at that.
Undermined the foundation.
Took everything out.
Through that dirt under the foundation to a tune of about 6 feet.
The rain is heavy. The snow is heavy. And it is working in tandem with the earth. And the earth is getting lighter. You know? It's like the rain and the snow are heavy. And the earth is getting lighter. And it's softening every single foundation up there to show them that they are not built on solid ground. They are not built on solid rock. That's what I'm noticing from this.
And dug out our entire beachfront and caused the collapse of the front corner of that property.
He says 3 of the 4 units were occupied when the property fell to the ground. One couple couldn't open their door.
Wow.
And had to climb out a window, and the window isn't above the stairway, so they had to climb out a window and shimmy to a stairway.
I mean, I'm just saying the Most High is completely disrupting everything that they got. Look at this. They can. Which, wow. Wow, y'all. All praise. All praise. I mean, look at this. You can't do nothing with any of this. All of this lawn, this is all the foundation. Their foundation is gone. That house, you can't live in that. That's unstable. The door's not hinged on there properly. The balcony patio's off. The stairs, you can't walk on the stairs right there.
To climb down from their unit. So major safety challenge and could have resulted in severe injury or loss of life.
He says there was about 5 feet of water across the property, and he's never seen it this bad before. He believes the nearby bridge blocks the water from entering the ocean because there's too much debris coming down the mountain. One of the decade-old condo owners is shocked to see what happened to his dream retirement condo.
I'm still pretty numb and in shock. I'm not even sure which way to go. It's just so much. It's just bing. You know,
Bing.
It's destroyed somehow.
The couple is on fixed income and has been told insurance won't cover, and is now being told their unit, along with 3 others, might have to be demolished.
Yep.
What are we going to do with this mortgage if we don't have property that we're paying a mortgage off?
That part.
He remembered the flood in 2021 and said it was nothing compared to this.
My contractor agreed that the water was somehow directed down directly to underneath the structure and took out all the foundation.
Some Kihei residents have noted a new flood device protecting a neighboring property. We reached out to the county for more information regarding the structure, and we'll follow up once we know more. Nikki.
Whew. That is shaky ground.
USGS is reporting another earthquake felt in the Granite State this morning. It's reporting a 2.0 earthquake about 11.8 miles off the coast of Portsmouth. This is the 3rd earthquake felt in New Hampshire in less than a week. Yes, it comes after a 3.8 magnitude quake on Monday and a 2.0 magnitude quake on Wednesday.
Woo. You're rocking and it's shaking and it's shaking and it's rocking. It's rocking and it's shaking and it's shaking and it's rocking. How do you pick up the pieces after that, y'all?
Right now, a Bristol family is looking for a new place to live 1 week after a fire ripped through their home.
They all have no place to live. It's ripping them. The foundation, everything, ripping the roof off. It's just tearing, like, the Most High wants them gone.
NBC 10's Mike Cerullo spoke with the family as they start to pick up the pieces.
Trying to let it all soak in.
These are the charred remains of the Benavides home on Coggeshall Avenue. Ken, Mary Lou, and their children are trying to figure out their next steps 1 week after their home went up in flames.
And my daughter came running out of the house, screaming, the house is on fire. I looked up and then there was black smoke pouring out of the gable end vent.
Thinking back to that horrible day, the family grabbed everything they could, used fire extinguishers to try to fight the flames, but it was too late.
By the time I got to the fire, it was out of control.
Smoke billowed from the home for hours, could be seen for miles. Dozens of first responders raced over, rushing their son to the hospital with burns to his hand and shoulder. Thankfully, he's been released and is healing. Now, their attention turns to what's next.
We're just trying to find another house to live in for our dogs and 3 children.
They'll need a new place to live at least for a year, but their goal is to rebuild. Mary Lou grew up in this home, raised her children here. Tonight, she's holding on to those precious memories and is hopeful one day she'll make more.
Our grandchildren will play here, and our great-grandchildren. The house was just a house, but this town is my home.
A town that's rallying around the...
All that my. It's not yours. That's what you fail to realize. I've been humbled by that. So I know. My house burnt up when I was a kid. So to be removed and have to figure out life after, yeah. Mom's was a strong person because she ain't cried not one bit. She kept it moving. But no, this is not yours anymore.
Benavides in their time of need.
Things are expensive and they have immediate needs.
Mara Casada started a GoFundMe. She's known the family for years and wanted...
That's what I'm saying. They keep putting every time there's something going on within them, they have to make it known. It's like a horn. It's a dinner bell. And you got all of these nonprofits and these little foundations trying to come to the rescue and all this stuff. They're getting affected too. All of these people who are just coming out of nowhere and trying to do all this stuff behind the tape, all of that's going to come to light as well. This is just the immediate stuff that's affected. You're going to see paperwork look funny. You're going to see businesses looking really like having discrepancies. That's because AI is grabbing all of the records from every location and making all of this, like tying it all together. And AI is creating its own investigations upon everything. You see what I'm saying? So it's like in the background, it is creating court cases for our beloved brothers and sisters. Like it could pull up all of my mama's medical records now and put it all together and say, hey, was this appropriate? You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, oh, you can sue. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you're seeing so many cases now pop up where our brothers and sisters are able to sue, whether it's the police department or anything like that. And it would be a valid case and they actually win. One brother got locked up for the wrong DNA or anything like that. He got 17 million. I think that was in like Illinois, Chicago, I think. Something like that. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, people was going back and getting their justice due.
Wanted to help however she could, collecting more than $3,400 so far.
I know that the community, their outpouring of love has really given the family a very strong sense of community and strength.
It was never community for us.
When you have so much love, so it really took the sting out of it for us, and I just want to thank everyone.
In Bristol, Mike Cerullo, NBC 10 News.
Bristol fire officials say the fire was caused by smoking materials that were thrown into a trash can. Unfortunately, one of the family's dogs died.
It's like all of these reasons that they try to make up. It's like, come on, that is not no reason. Like that's not the reason. Yeah, that's why we can't have no sympathy, because you don't know what their ancestor did to the children of the Most High. I keep telling my brothers and sisters out here, y'all be sitting there trying to be backing them up and having their back and all that stuff. Nah, man. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of history that has not been talked about.
Like to help
There's a lot of history that ain't been talked about.
Are destroyed and at least 16 people are displaced tonight after a fast-moving fire ripped through this apartment complex behind me near 48th Street and Ray Road, causing the roof to collapse. But thankfully, no one was hurt.
We were all horrified, really scared. My mom was hyperventilating. I couldn't breathe. My dad was just really panicked. My sister was crying. She was scared.
Adrian Martinez and his family lost just about everything.
It's
Mm.
unbelievable.
Everything.
I try not to tear up.
Look at the fires, y'all. The salamanders are just like, and they're just dancing on all of this property everywhere around the whole world. They're literally like dancing through the roof and being seen. It's like the moment that I see a fire, the fire is so raging that these people, they can't even put them out. They can't even put the fires out. That's how raging, not even, I don't want to say raging, not like they're like, it's like a celebration fire. It's like a fire dance to me. Every time I look at them, every time I look at the fires.
Right now.
He says he was heading out on a walk with his dad in a nearby park Saturday afternoon and was shocked to see smoke when they opened the door.
That's an extreme fire in a small spot.
The whole thing's in a blaze. We weren't
Yeah.
expecting it. We didn't get a knock.
Like what's burning? Like what's that hard in your apartment?
We didn't have no warning.
Adrian immediately jumped into action by waking up his sister and getting his mom, who was in a wheelchair, to safety.
She broke her back like a week and a half ago, so it's been a harder week, and this just made it worse.
Damn.
He's grateful they have each other and thought to grab medication and personal documents, but there wasn't time to save anything else.
Nothing.
We had less than 2 minutes to get in, get out, get our family. But less than 2 minutes later, the house is already completely burned. It's already collapsing.
After firefighters got the flames under control, Adrian was happy to be able to reach inside his window and retrieve his laptop. It's one of the only things he still has from the 2 years his family lived at the Array South Mountain apartments.
That's our life. That's 2 years of our life. That's all of our stuff. That's thousands of dollars worth of materials, clothes, sentimental items, TVs, the stuff that we put our lives in to get is gone in less than 2 minutes.
He tells me they plan to re-sign their lease this month, and as they look toward what's left, their future is uncertain.
Our lives are changed. Our lives are really changed. We went from relaxing and trying to do bills. Now we have no place to stay. We don't have a home.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation tonight. In the Phoenix fire.
Yep, exactly. Unknown, it's investigation, everything gone in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 60 plus 60 is 12. 120, but it's 12. You can't make this up. Like, this is real life everywhere. You go from hot to cold. This place was just cold, y'all. This place was just cold. Where is this? Where is that? That's Arizona. So it's going from hot to cold to cold to hot.
Northern Iowa man is being hailed a hero for rescuing a couple after their UTV fell through the ice.
Something told me to go. I fought it for a while, but I finally gave in and I said I'll go with.
Kyle Peterson was sitting at a restaurant waiting for his meal when he says he saw lights in the distance. The restaurant sits on the waterfront of West Okoboji. Peterson says he's an avid fisherman and something felt off. He dialed 911 and made the half-mile trek out onto the frozen lake. When he arrived, he found a couple stranded in the water. He was able to use his jacket as a rope to rescue them.
It's interesting because it's like the elements they like playing with them. It's like all of the events that they used to be able to do, it's not like that no more. It's like, yeah, even though it dropped blizzard snow across the whole country, it still got to a point where it thinned out on their ass to where, it's a sunny day. We can go out and do this and do that and all that. No. And they falling through the ice. They're having little, what is that? Ice hockey leagues. The lake ice hockey. And people falling in trouble.
They were very quiet. I tried to stay very positive, tell them to keep their head down and keep walking, told them keep going step by step a little bit longer, and then when we heard that fan boat coming, that was a huge sigh of relief.
Peterson says he is grateful he was at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, it is. The ice is not playing.
Part of northeast Ohio because of an ice jams on the Chagrin River. The huge chunks of ice can block the flow of a river with disastrous results. Michelle Nix has the developing news.
Amazing, spectacular, the incredible number of ice jams that have formed here right on the Chagrin River in Eastlake. But don't let nature's beauty fool you. It can quickly become dangerous. Firefighters say the river is flowing underneath, but if the temperature rises too quickly, it could lead to serious flooding.
And we just showed, well, we'll show you the weather of what it's going to look like. She just said it. She just said it.
If you listen closely, you can hear the river running underneath all of the gigantic ice jams. Braxton Root of Eastlake calls it awesome.
If you go up close and you look, you can see the current moving under the water and stuff.
Braxton's mom, Dawn Root, tells me this view of the Chagrin River is stunning. The river normal on one side, but on the other, it's frozen into big broken blocks of ice.
I didn't realize it was as incredible until we got down here. You can't tell that it's all frozen water back that way, and it just, the way it's so thick and it's just jammed up, it's pretty amazing.
Over the next week, with widespread rain possible as well as a thaw, these huge slabs of ice could possibly wreak havoc for a number of Lake County communities that border rivers like the Chagrin.
Very scary thing if you know things could give way any minute and start rushing.
Just down the road in Willoughby Hills, a fire lieutenant tells me because of the ice jams, there has already been some minor flooding in a quarter-mile area on Milan Road off of Dodd. Firefighters are monitoring the situation that could drastically change if there's a quick warm-up. And they urge those who live near the river to be vigilant and sign up for Northeast Ohio area weather alerts.
It'll be interesting to see what happens when it warms up a little bit.
The people who live in communities like Eastlake know they have to keep an eagle eye on the Chagrin River because they know if it begins to flood, flooding can raise by several feet in just a matter of minutes.
Yeah, and that's what they about to face. That's what they about to
I just
face.
spoke to the fire chief who tells me it appears this fire started at the front of the home. Here's another look at that fire. You can see fire crews working to put out the flames at the two-story home. This is on Pam Street in Plymouth. The fire chief tells me the homeowner called 911 shortly after 1:30. No one was home when the fire started, and thankfully,
Look how much you got to do to just
fire
get.
crews had to
See,
deal with a number of challenges, including there not being any
the fire is
hydrants on the
giving
street.
them a challenge.
We have to go back out to the main
Stop.
road.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
into a hydrant out there, and then, like I said, shuttle that water into the fire scene and pump that into the engine that's attacking the fire. It's a tight area. It's not easy to get the apparatus in. Obviously, with the
Great
weather
glory.
conditions today being cold as it is,
Great
and the
glory.
fire having a head start on us, there was definitely difficult conditions.
You can see there is extensive damage to the home, and the chief tells me this is likely a total loss. Now, the Red Cross was here a little earlier providing resources to the homeowner. A cause of this fire is still under investigation, although the chief tells me it does not appear to be suspicious. We're live in Plymouth. Danae.
Exactly.
Is rebuilding after a fire tore through it last weekend. Now, this is the beginning of an investigation after a possible arson happened there. Firefighters say a person experiencing homelessness started a fire to stay warm. Channel 2's Kasha Karich has the story from the good.
It's interesting because they're really trying to put this on the homeless essence. It ain't even nobody in the damn building. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's what they're doing all these places. There have been very random fires popping up everywhere because the salamanders are jumping everywhere. The salamanders are jumping everywhere. They're starting in barn fires. Nobody's even in the freaking barn. Is Miss Piggy is she smoking a cigarette in the barn? Nah, come on, y'all. We know exactly what's going on. I'm just saying we're looking and studying these people. We're just looking,
Good
observing.
News Denver Church along Sheridan and Harvard.
Firefighters say the warming fire started in this corner of the church. You can see the rubble still remains and the door frame is completely burned. That's when the fire then spread into the offices here, where it still has a very strong smell of smoke. The pastor and his 3
That's because that salamander was like, open up and let me in here so I can burn down all of this hell that y'all been causing in this community, on this land, and y'all shedded this blood. Let me in here so I can do my job.
kids live in this building when they woke up to the unthinkable.
I was scared and I was very worried and I didn't know what to do.
Daniel Jong at the Good News Denver Church, waking up to some very bad news early.
And this is not happening this is not happening to black churches. Not saying that they off the hook. They not exempt either. They're gonna get theirs. But I'm just saying every one of these other ones. I'm telling you, every one of these other ones. It smells like smoke.
Sunday morning.
I heard the alarm sound, fire alarm sound. So when I walked out and I saw a lot of smoke in the hallway.
Caught on surveillance video, smoke pouring out of the building.
I took out my keys and then I called the 911 right away. And thankfully, the fire.
But they didn't show no human though. Where the human at? Y'all keep trying to speculate and do all this. Y'all can't wait to blame a black person. That's the issue. And then the funny thing about what people that look like him, they are concerned. Because why? You got Trump, who is going off on everybody now. And he's going after these churches. He's going to have ICE in all of these churches. So that's why it's just like, hey, none of these folks is safe. Anybody who looks like anybody else that look like us is all, you know what I'm saying? They're caught in their own World War III. This is the domestic and foreign World War III going on right now. Where white folks think that they're in control and think they're enamored and enthused to want to sit here and knock door to door like they selling vacuums and blenders to come find out and look at your papers. The Most High is truly doing his work, and we are out of the way. We're not involved in any of it. We're just observing.
Firefighters, they responded very quickly.
Unfortunately, the fire took the life of their cat, who was asleep in the office. Everything in their office is destroyed, including the church's daycare that was set to open this year for low-income families.
As a pastor, I realized that.
See, and they wanted to open that up for them families that's coming over here, for low-income families. The only low-income families that's coming in there is immigrants that look like him. So they can have refuge. All of these churches right now are all places of refuge. All of these churches have people living in them right now. Quiet is kept. They do.
Even though it looks disaster in my eyes, in the eyes of God, this is good things. So I don't want to blame that person who set the fire. Yeah, so even for the past 1 week, I have seen so many helps, from other people. That's why I'm very thankful.
A lot of progress was made this week. From this
He
to
said he's
this
thankful.
in just a few days.
In order for the smell of the smoke to go away, we're going to have to be replacing everything that got touched by fire or smoke. Everything needs to go and be replaced.
Hoping to get back up and running soon to continue their services for seniors, community garden, Korean language classes, and more, despite being in need themselves.
I purchased this building 3 years ago by the grace of God, and, as I stay here, I realize that
the grace of God.
So many families, especially young family, they are in need.
Thankfully, their church services were not impacted by this fire, so their Sunday services will run as normal this weekend. We have linked their GoFundMe on our website at kwgn.
Yeah. Every single one of these incidences have become a GoFundMe for folks. That's how bad it is.
Caboose drove into
The salamanders is busy.
I tried to pull on
This is salamander season.
reach out and it was blocked, and I saw a bunch of fire trucks and lights.
His business, World Foreign Car Service in the West End, was engulfed in flames.
It was pretty bad. I was on my
It's pretty bad. They're being modest on camera. They're putting the mask on, the veil, even with expressing how much heartbreak it is. there's a level of exposing that on the camera in comparison to what is behind this closed door. You got people who are more than willing to be able to be like, please help. Oh, this is going on. But subtly, everything that he has is in those buildings. And that's many people within these liquor stores, within these hotels. You got whole families living in and out of these hotels, y'all. Folks like this, yes. The whole family. The whole family's living in these places. So yeah, when it comes to this whole thing going, they have no business and no place to stay. This is double for your trouble, y'all. We've been saying this. There's no GoFundMe for this. There's no going back. There's no refund.
My knees, to be honest with you.
It took
To
over
be
an hour to
honest.
get the flames under control. Fire crews called a 2
And they can't get none of these fires under control. Anywhere they go, they can't get a fire under control. They can't reach the fire. The fire is just evasive. The fires, y'all. This is fire season.
alarm fire, calling in extra resources due to the strength and the intensity of the flames. They also witnessed small explosions inside the shop due to water reacting with magnesium.
Just to see something you've been rebuilding, building up for 39 years to go
There's that number. I ain't got to say it. He said it.
up in flame in an hour. It's pretty bad.
The business is facing destruction that goes beyond the four walls of the building.
39 years go up in an hour. 60 minutes. 6 is half of 12. So yeah, they going through it.
Building.
These
We
numbers.
lost everything.
We lost
We
everything.
really lost. If
We
I tell you I lost everything.
I lost everything.
Customers' names, all the data.
Everything. No way of return.
Not even a single paper inside.
A setback this business is determined to overcome.
I know that I'm going to rebuild, definitely.
As they work to continue to serve their customers into their 39th year.
I know that we're part of the community and everybody is willing to help. So I know they'll come back.
Not our dollars. Not our dollars. Our dollars have not been supporting any of you guys' businesses. None. For the last 5 years, all of you guys' businesses have foreclosed, business loans, bankruptcies, people who had 401ks, people who had diversified portfolios, stocks and bonds, real estate, insurance policies. These all got burnt up in smoke. Brother said it right there. It's up in smoke. And the wind, the beautiful element of the wind, will carry it across the land and re-bless and replenish it. Yes. Great glory. Yes.
For months since Hurricane Helene devastated parts of East Tennessee and western North Carolina, many recovery efforts have now shifted into long-term relief. 10 News reporter Emily Crabtree spoke to one organization in Cott County about what the rebuilding effort is changing moving forward.
Groups across Cott County are working to help bring normalcy to the area, like these groups behind me. But relief won't come easy.
It has been amazing to see people realize that they don't have to give up.
Even after 4 months of cleaning and rebuilding, volunteers say the devastation from Helene in Cott County is still immeasurable.
When Helene happened, while we didn't really get inundated with the hurricane weather the same as western North Carolina, we got a huge percentage of the water that fell in North Carolina downstream through our county. So we have 3 rivers worth of major damage across our entire county.
The Pigeon River was just one waterway in the area to cause destruction. The group Clean Water Expected in East Tennessee, or SWEET, is just one organization helping rebuild.
We have a whole new river that we're trying to get to know. And so we're trying to create a new baseline, and we're hoping for the best. And we're hoping for a lot of great minds and great hearts to come and help us.
Sweet has been able to provide people with their day-to-day needs like clothes and food, and resources like propane and campers. But
These campers and all that stuff, that's man, they are so reliant on these campers and these mobile homes now. Y'all, these campers and mobile home life is real, really real out here, y'all. You talking about really real. You talking about bacterial infections, sepsis. What is the other one? I'm gonna pull it up. It's another one that's going on in Portland, Sapuella, Gapuella, something like that. I'll look it. I'll pull it up when I get to it. Like I said, I got so many videos for y'all. We're gonna eat tonight, but these things go up in flames as well, and it's even worse because you got every device going into all of these devices. Every single one of these infrastructures are old. Look how many old campers is out here now still. You're talking about the wiring in all of these. You're driving these back and forth, zigzagging on the streets, loosening up the bodies of all of these things. Things get loosened. Just like the ground up under us, things get loosened. So when you got a loose socket and it's cold outside, or it's wet and drippy and it's dripping down on this cordage right here, let alone let this cordage be open and frayed. So yeah, this kind of living, yeah. Oh, well, I love living on the outside and all this stuff. No, not for them. They can't handle it. It's not going to be able to be handled for quite. They're going to have to deal with it because they can't live in the house that they used to live in no more. It's burnt down, and they can't live in it no more because they can't now afford nothing to live in it. So yeah, this is a trickle down effect all the way down. This is affecting a lot of people, y'all, everywhere. That's why we're showing you everywhere.
for long-term recovery, they hope they can get more people to help out.
How can people participate with the skill sets that they have is huge. So I would encourage people to think about that. Maybe they.
And even if you paid us, even if you paid me, I'm not encouraged to want to go out there and do that and help you get back on your feet. How many, like, that's where it's at with a lot of people right now. That's really where it's at right now. You're getting all this voluntary help and all this stuff like that, but ain't no brothers and sisters out there. This is land that was destroyed and taken barbarically, desecrated on, and blood spilt and shed in those rivers. Bodies of our strong black men hung from those trees, our strong black women raped and impregnated with your evil seeds. Y'all just been diabolical for years, man. And now you're seeing the seeds of Satan pop up and like got with the red Salvation Army pan out begging and shit now. It's like, dude.
They live an hour away and they can come out one day in March because they have a day, or maybe they own.
Now she making everybody, now that's that survivor's guilt. You see what I'm saying? That's what they about to be doing. Oh, if it was you, I would have came and helped you. No, but you ain't helped us for a goddamn 400 years plus. So what are you talking about, lady? Oh, you an hour away. I'm not finna drive an hour. What are you talking about, lady? You gonna put gas in my car? You gonna do this? You gonna do? Y'all not making no sense on how much y'all been manipulated and getting by on doing us wrong, like y'all have been. Y'all get out there and y'all make this better and a great for us again. That's what y'all doing right now. At no cost. You guys are getting out there and you're cleaning up this mess and you're making our land great again for us. All praise.
A company that offers services that might be helpful for the rebuilds.
Sweet tells me that even though they're making progress, rebuilding the area to what it once was won't be easy. In Denton.
Yes, it's not going to be easy. And y'all not gonna be able to rebuild, period.
We're learning new stories of heroism about the people who stepped up to help others when Helene hit the area a little over 4 months ago. 10 News reporter Lauren Lovett joins us in studio. Lauren, you talked to 2 National Park employees who helped rescue people stuck in their homes.
That's right, Aaron. Earlier today, Nick Yarnell and Ryan
News stations hiring. Got that?
Williamson visited one of the families they rescued back in September. The Hicks say they were left waiting hours for rescue, and without those park employees, they don't know what would have happened.
I asked her, I was like, have you ever been whitewater rafting before? And she said, no. And I said, well, you're about to.
Nick Yarnell and Ryan Williamson work for the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. The day Hurricane Helene made landfall, they were waiting to be deployed.
They all in
that
that.
call never came, so after their shift, they went to Cocke County to offer any help they could.
We have the skills and the knowledge, and regardless of whether I was on duty time or not, we wanted to help out, and we knew a lot of people were going to be in trouble that night, and yeah, we wanted to be there for them.
They rescued 2 people and 2 animals that afternoon, working with the Cocke County Sheriff's Department and the Swiftwater Rescue Team.
Kinds of people that go to an emergency, and there's people that run away from an emergency, and I think we're the kind of people, if we can help, then we're going to.
Then it got dark out, and the 2 men went off on their own, saving a 78-year-old woman who had been trapped in her home for hours.
It was a calculated risk, but it was one we were willing to make.
The Hicks are still working to recover their home.
Oh, the Hicks.
In a few months, they'll be inviting Yarnell and Williamson back to celebrate. They say they're forever grateful for what they did that day.
They're forever grateful. Y'all gonna find out.
Fire took the lives of several goats Friday night. Fire investigators are still working to learn what started the blaze. 10 on your side's Madison Pierman has the story.
2 barn fires in one night resulted in several goats losing their lives. Both were in the rural area of the city off Ballahack Road, which is the 2-lane stretch. The Moyock Volunteer Fire Department, Virginia Beach Fire Department, and the Navy Regional Northwest Fire Department.
And this is all in the area with the beloved sister was just showing with the ley lines and stuff like that. Virginia, right there. It's like things are just getting sparked everywhere, y'all.
Responded to the fires as well to offer their help. The Chesapeake Fire Department said it was just after 8 o'clock last night when the first call came in. They responded to a barn on Ballahack Road and were able to put out the flames in under half an hour. Pictures from firefighters show the silhouette of a wooden barn with its frame completely covered in flames. Nobody was hurt and no one was inside the barn at the time. The owners say the barn was mainly used for hay. An hour later, though, crews got a call about another barn that had caught fire. They went further down Ballahack Road to Hidden Acres Ranch to find a barn with around 40 goats inside had caught fire. They were able to put the fire out, but say most of the goats didn't survive. Crews were there late Friday night collecting evidence and making sure the flames were completely out. As of Saturday, fire investigators are still working to learn what started the fire. They don't think, as of right now, that the fires are related or connected in any way.
No, we know they connected. It's just interesting. Okay, so when I look at this in like 40 goats, that's almost like a burnt offering. When I read the Bible and stuff like that, it's like these are all beautiful burnt offerings, for one. And for it to be barn hopping. The salamanders are barnyard dancing. They truly are. They truly are. This is whew. Whew. This one right here, we were just talking about this too. With all of the permafrost and everything going on, I'm telling you, people gonna be like, oh, what's that smell? It's everywhere, and it's gonna make people weird out.
If you're in South Ada County, you may have noticed that strong smell of natural gas last night. You weren't alone. The smell did prompt numerous calls to emergency services from concerned neighbors. Intermountain Gas Company tells us that they did investigate the Pleasant Valley area last night because of those calls, but found no evidence of a natural gas leak. While the source of the odor remains under investigation, a company spokesperson emphasized there is no immediate danger to the public. In a written statement, he explained, we have investigated every call. Nothing links to natural gas. Safety is our #1 priority. If someone suspects a leak or smells gas, they should evacuate and call us. We don't take any of it lightly, and we don't want to discourage people to call us.
You think you better call Tyrone. Oh my goodness. But yeah, that's what the weather is looking like. Hold on, let me make sure I covered everything. Matter of fact, let me get my guy out the way. Let me make sure he gets to, so we can see what's going on with the weather on this part. But um yeah, y'all. It is we're gonna get to the American crime too, because I got some hilarious stuff. I think it's a couple other videos I haven't pulled up yet, but um we working on it. I still got I got about 20 other videos on here that I need to take off. But yeah, that's all American crime right there, boy. Whew. These American crime, brothers. Brothers and sisters, American crime is crazy. I'm telling you. Let's get this out of the way. Let's see what we got.
United States, as we are expecting a record-breaking heat wave across most of the United States over the next few days, and then eventually we are going to be talking about a few different winter storms by the middle and end of this week, and eventually into next week, and we could have a huge Arctic blast by the middle of February. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 to 10 days, and we'll begin with what's happening across the country today, and we do have some snow that is moving across the Midwest and the Great Lakes this morning. This will eventually move into the Northeast, and it is expected to bring a couple of inches of snow to many areas across New England as we go into tonight and as well as into tomorrow morning. The remainder of the East Coast and then back into the Southern Plains is very dry right now, though, and we are expecting this to continue probably for the next few days, as we are actually starting to see a very typical La Nina weather pattern set in, which promotes drier than normal weather for these areas during this time of the year. So we actually are beginning to see that, and La Nina is finally kicking in. We did not really see much of that, by the way, in January. And then back over on the West Coast and across the Rocky Mountains, we have a very strong atmospheric river event occurring. This is dumping tons of snow and rain across areas along the West Coast. As much as 150 inches of snow is possible between now all the way through the end of the week in the higher elevations of the Sierra Nevada. It is just unbelievable. And by the way, this is a Category 4 atmospheric river event that's happening on the West Coast. The weather is going to be changing a ton over the next couple of weeks, as we are expecting a record-breaking heat wave over the next few days, followed by a few winter storms, and then we could have some of the coldest weather that we've seen so far this year in the middle of February, as there is a potential for an Arctic blast. So we'll begin with what's happening along the jet stream over the next few days, and right now we have relatively zonal flow for most of the country, which is going to keep us from seeing any major or extreme weather events, aside from maybe a quick winter storm or two back over here in the Midwest and the Northeast, which would be something we're watching for around Wednesday and Thursday, which we'll talk more about here in just a moment, and perhaps another winter weather event closer to the weekend back over in the Midwest, Ohio Valley, and the Northeast. So we have a couple of different shots there for snow and maybe even freezing rain that could lead to some ice accumulation. This is where things get interesting, though. As we go into next week, this jet stream is going to remain very zonal, but we should eventually start to see some dips in the jet stream, which should allow for larger winter storms. We haven't really seen that here for at least about a week or two now, but I think that's going to start to ramp up again around the middle of February. And once that happens, I think the polar vortex is going to start to unleash a lot of colder weather into Canada, and eventually that should stream down into the United States. The GFS model right around the middle of February is now indicating that we could have a very strong northwesterly flow that goes right over the Rocky Mountains and across most of the lower 48, which would lead to Arctic air. Now, obviously, this is about 2 weeks out. The confidence with this is relatively low for right now. I'm giving it, though, about a 1 in 3 chance that we have some sort of major Arctic blast in the middle of February. We are expecting a few different winter storms over the next couple of weeks in the United States, and the first one will probably be the smallest one that we see, which is going to be Wednesday into Thursday of this week. We are expecting a large but broad area of some snow and freezing rain, and as well as normal rain that's falling across the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and the Northeast. Perhaps even a risk of severe weather could exist back over here in the lower Midwest on Wednesday. But eventually, as we go into Thursday, we are expecting this storm to expand in size and intensify back over in the Northeast, where a mix of freezing rain, sleet, and snow will all be possible. I do think the more significant amount of snowfall will end up being in the Northeast. But keep in mind, this is still a few days out. We'll go more into specific detail about how much snow we can expect in these areas in our next forecast, which will be tomorrow morning. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Our next winter storm will likely not be far behind that one. As we go into Saturday into Sunday, we do think there will be another shot here for some snow back over in the Midwest, Ohio Valley, and as well as the Northeast. But again, exactly where the snow falls and the exact details of when when this is all going to be taking place are still a little bit uncertain, as it is still around 5 to 7 days out from now. And then eventually into early next week, things do get a lot more interesting. I think this is when we are expecting the potential for an Arctic blast in the United States, which could mix up the weather a lot. We could be talking about a elongated area of rainfall and as well as snow that happens in the United States. But again, exactly where all that happens, it's very uncertain, as that is still over 10 days from now. So things could definitely change between now and then. Now, this is the European model. I want to show you this for perspective because it does show a much more intense winter storm as we go into Wednesday into Thursday of this week. It actually shows a much larger area of freezing rain in the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and the Northeast, and it shows a lot more snowfall back over in the northern plains, basically showing a more intense scenario for this particular winter weather event. But it also shows it much further to the north. It doesn't really indicate that we're going to see much snow or freezing rain in the Northeast. So this is a trend that we need to watch for very closely, but there is definitely some model disagreement here between the European and the GFS model on this particular winter weather event. So that's something to keep in mind here for the forecast for right now. And then eventually into the weekend, it still shows that other winter weather event happening here in the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and the Northeast, another big winter storm. Again, exactly where this happens and how intense it is, we have no clue. It's still about 5 to 7 days from now. And then eventually by the middle of next week, it shows again a very consistent weather pattern compared to the GFS, indicating that we are going to have a very active middle of February with lots of snow probably for many areas.
Exactly.
Now, I do think it's crazy to say this, but there is a chance for severe weather as we go into Wednesday and Thursday in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. This right here, this blue and green, that is instability. We do not usually see this far to the north at this magnitude during this time of the year. Now, this is not
And it formed off of the X mark spot. As soon as it globbed over to where it is now, it is literally, yeah, I must shut up because he's saying right in the middle of the month. Isn't that what's on the 11th and the 14th? Isn't those a particular day of something going on the 11th or obviously the 14th? You got, you know, you got that holiday. Roses are red, violets are blue. But I believe that should be around the time where the moon should be coming into full. It should be a full moon coming in there around that time. Anyways, let me go ahead and
not
finish.
necessarily a significant amount of instability, but this is a lot for the month of February. We usually don't have this type of setup, but there might actually be a few severe storms Wednesday into Thursday in the Ohio Valley and then also back into parts of the lower Midwest. This would include a potential for some isolated hail, wind, and maybe even an isolated tornado or two. This is something to watch for. We'll definitely keep a close eye on it. I'm not ruling out a live stream during the middle of this week if we, for some reason, do actually have a severe weather event. That would be actually crazy for this time of the year. And a bunch of rain will also be coming to much of the United States here over the next couple of weeks, especially over the next 7 days, where we are expecting a lot more rainfall back over in the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic region, and then also a ton of rain on the West Coast, where there will be some areas that pick up as much as 6 to 10 inches of rain back over in Northern California and Western California, and even a little bit of rain back over in Southern California, which is definitely needed in those areas. And then back over in the Central and Southern Plains, at least through Saturday and Sunday, we are not really expecting much rain or snow in these areas, but I do think that'll change by the middle of February. Now, we have a lot to talk about when it comes to both this heat wave that's coming to the United States and then the potential for an Arctic blast in the middle of February, which could bring some very cold weather. This is what it looks like for the next few days. We are going to have a lot of warm air building both today and tomorrow across the Great Plains and then back into the Ohio Valley. Arctic air is going to be building back over in the Pacific Northwest. The really bad news, if you want colder weather, is that this particular Arctic blast is not going to go very far down to the south. It's only going to really impact the central and northern plains and as well as the Pacific Northwest, where record-breaking temperatures will still be a possibility even into Tuesday back over in the southern plains and the southeast. And then eventually in the middle and end of the week, things start to get a little bit closer to average, so a little bit more typical. I'll show you more about what's going to be happening in the middle of February in just a moment, but I do want to show you that the temperatures are going to be crazy tomorrow. This is unbelievable. We do not see this very often in the early portion of February, but many areas in Texas will be as warm as the 80s, and there will even be some areas near 90 degrees tomorrow, especially back over near Abilene, Texas, and then back over even into Tennessee, Kentucky, and Missouri. Many areas in the 60s and even 70s. As far north as central Indiana and Ohio, you can bust out those t-shirts and shorts. It'll be as high as the low to mid 60s. It is unbelievable. And then if you want to go back up near the Canadian United States border, sub-zero high temperatures. I mean, it's completely different worlds here across the...
That's why I feel like this month, whenever it's like, okay, you know, so-called quote-unquote Black History Month, our ancestor month, I guess. Every day is our holiday. At the end of the day, all praise to the Most High. But just looking at this month and how much of our energy gets, I don't want to say the word, conjured up. We activate it. We step into our essence, our presence, our energy, all of these beautiful things. And for him to say like this February is gonna be an unbelievable, random, kooky, unpredictable. That's how we always been. So to be able to see all of these things happen, where you go from an Arctic blast, you get flood rain, and then it gets hot. This is spells for algae growth. Not only algae, not only with the people getting sick, just the amount of what is that, dander in the air, the antihistamine aspect, where what is it called, allergies? Yeah. Not only that, but the mosquitoes, and the mosquitoes are mosquitoes 2.0 now. You see what I'm saying? Since 2020, these mosquitoes have been different. I don't ever even remember getting bit by a mosquito, y'all. I'm everywhere. I'm outside. Before in Jacob's trouble, I promise you, I used to get jacked up. It used to be horrible, y'all. I could look at my body now, like, man, I used to have dots, but I know that I changed my diet. I know that my energy, my spirit has changed. It's a lot of things that used to happen that don't happen no more. So I know that I've come a long way, as much as we all have come a long way. And I'm so proud and I'm so happy for all of my brothers and sisters out here who have been fighting a good fight, fighting through all of the struggles, fighting through all of the anguish to be able to get through that dirt to become the beautiful rose. A rose does not become a beautiful rose without going through the dirt and in the mud, y'all. So we have come a long way to be able to see these things as they are popping up. They're causing disruption for everybody else, but for us, literally, we've been at calm and at peace. Okay, so sister said February 11th is the ancient ancestor day. Wow. February 12th is the full moon. So during this whole encapsulation of that time, where that will be the most heaviest of random, you're getting a heat blaze and a snow blizzard. That's crazy.
The United
It's
States.
beautiful.
And here are
You know,
some
I
of the
don't want to.
record-breaking temperatures as we go into tomorrow. We are expecting a ton across the desert
Mm.
southwest, the southern plains, and then even back into the Ohio Valley. Many areas expecting to set records tomorrow. Tuesday is the same story, but further down to the south into areas like the Atlanta, Georgia region, expecting some
Mm.
record-breaking high temperatures on Tuesday. Wednesday, it continues in the southern plains in the southeast. Thursday, it grows even further in size here across the southern plains and into the southeast, even up into Virginia. And then Friday is where it becomes a little bit more uncertain, but we'll probably have even more record-breaking high temperatures on Friday after one of the coldest Januaries that we've seen in years. And the chances for a huge Arctic blast in the middle of February are continuing to increase. If this does happen, it'll be sometime around February 15th to 17th. I would give it about a 1 in 3 chance right now. I think the odds are definitely growing that we are going to see some sort of large Arctic blast around the middle of the month. Look at how large this is around February
That's
15th to
wow.
18th. It is going to get, I think, very cold.
The sister just said it. Even with those times, between those times, I don't know. This just looks like something to me. I don't know. Why does it look like something to me? It does look like a heel. It looks like a woman's heel. Like you look at this part right here, that's a heel. And you get right there, that's a boot. Grab yourself up by the bootstrap. Grab yourself up by the bootstrap. Oh, she's stepping. Look, she's stepping right here on New York. It's stepping right here on New York, y'all. That whole little blast is literally a boot or a hill, however you want to put it. But that's a boot, and it's right here on New York, New Jersey, and Washington. That's where it's putting its foot down. The most High is putting his foot down. The Holy Spirit is putting their foot down. Michael's put his foot down. Everybody put their foot down. They over here cha-cha slide. Bring it back one time, yo. Crisscross.
around the middle of February. Confidence again is increasing. Computer models are showing pretty much the same story on most of the models right now. European models also showing the same sort of thing. Very sharp area of cold air. This could be some of the coldest weather that we've seen so far this winter. So definitely something to watch for. Again, this is about 2 weeks from now, so there definitely will be some changes to the forecast. Exactly when this happens, how intense this Arctic blast is, all those things remain very uncertain, but I do think that we have a good chance right now of seeing some sort of big shot of Arctic air, especially after this heat wave that we're currently dealing with across the United States. So I truly do think the temperatures are going to flip around the middle of the month. This reminds me of a lot of what we just saw in December and January, where December was mostly warm, January was mostly cold. I think we've had a couple of weeks here of warm weather, and I think we're gonna have a couple of weeks of very cold weather. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure
That's the American icy hot. It's literally going through that American icy hot. It's a lot going on, y'all. It goes from cold to hot. And with all of that happening, these fires is displacing these folks.
Families are without a home after crews responded to a fire at the Hampton Green Apartments off Gills Creek Parkway. Take a look at this video. It's from the scene last night. They're taking over these apartments, particularly on the roof. Columbia Fire tells us crews arrived to the scene just before midnight, where they found a heavy fire coming from one building and flames spreading through the roof.
Hold on. It just literally. So, I don't know if you guys was able to hear that, but I had another video interrupt. I wanted to see those fires, the flames.
Take a look at this video. It's from the scene last night.
I just love looking at the flame. I'm a fire sign.
Complex sent it to us. You can see the fire taking over these apartments,
It's just
particularly
jumping.
on the roof. Columbia Fire tells us crews arrived to
see
the
the
scene
entities.
just before midnight, where they found a heavy fire coming from one building and flames spreading through the roof. Thankfully, all residents escaped and no injuries were reported. Fire officials say the fire still remains under investigation and roughly 18 people were displaced.
Wow. I didn't make that up. I didn't make that up. That's why we sit here and laugh at this, man. This is interesting. And it's interesting that the apartment complexes. Look how many apartment complexes has been like screwing people the fuck over, you know, and taking everything. Like they raised my rent up here and didn't notify me or anything like that. Nothing. My rent went up. So when you're seeing all of these incidences happening and stuff like that, these corporations, these companies are going through it. They're getting their due back. Okay, you did say it. It looks like the head. Thank you. I seen that too. I just deleted the video. But that's the year of the snake. It's literally like snake biting everything. Interesting that it's President's Day. Is that on? That is on the exact date of the 17th. Yep. And you called it right there between that time and there. So, it's just when you're seeing all of these line up the way they are, you can't make it up. You can't sit here and like write it down. Ain't nothing happening. Ain't no correlation. No, it is. That's why we do this. We're scientists. We're historians. We're chemists. We're biologists, microbiologists. However you want to. We're just everything. We're fascinating people.
Look at all the headlines in the world of climate. With that, we call it a wrap. Thanks very much for staying with us. You are watching Beyond World is One. Stay tuned.
Not the music. They're taking the music out. They saying that they got it 100% under control. Hold on, what's that? Okay, India faces warmer February. Winter crops at risk. It's interesting about these winter crops. You see what I'm saying? That these major swings and shifts in the weather that is affecting their crops. That's everywhere. That's everybody. That's everywhere around the world. I got some stuff to show y'all though, but I'm just saying, like, this is what is popping up where I'm paying attention to the food aspect. And if we're fasting right now, it's fascinating as well. Um, because we're able to handle these things in comparison to people who eat all of this junk and the sugar and stuff like that. Obviously, we were susceptible to it and stuff like that, but the fact that we have creased these things out of our daily, eating regimens and diets, we are detoxifying ourselves. Even me right now, just detox, and I'm still going through it. I drank a cup of some salt and not Epsom salt. I was about to say Epsom salt. It wasn't Epsom salt, y'all. I think my brain a little because I ain't ate nothing. I'm still fasting. The sun ain't gone down. I got an hour and a half before it actually goes down for me. But my water, which is my filet mignon. Mm. Mm. Because I'm fasting because we all have to. It's part of the process. But with this catching fire and stuff like that, this is going to affect many different food industries, and these are industries that we are involved in. So this is going to be affecting so many other people. So it's just interesting to see that. I just want to play that. Go ahead, let me finish this up. I should have just let it play. But the winter crops, and not only that, when you got to deal with all of the governments of the world, grandstanding and doing all of what they're doing, it's starting to pop up and pose. This is the warmest January since 2019 due to Western disturbances. Why you blaming it on the West? Due to weak Western disturbances. I don't get that part. You trying to blame it on us not being involved in disrupting what y'all doing? No, I don't get that part. But anyways, and I don't understand their transportation. That whole transportation look crazy. I will be confused driving on this. So you got two outside roads and two inside roads. Okay, one is going that way, one is going this way. This one's going this way, and that one's going that way. They just drive on both opposite sides. Anyways, I ain't gonna draw too much in it. But yeah, so you got the wrong way crashes. That's why people crashing into each other. And it really is a thing too. Like I said, like these ley lines are affecting people. People are driving crazy on the roads right now. That's why I'm just thankful the Most High. Just when I'm told something, I listen and I do. And so to see the amount of activity that is going on the roads, I'm just thankful that I'm not out there. Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm just saying that right now I'm at peace, knowing that in any of their raptures. You know, it's like we all have been given special, beautiful gifts. And for me to be here to be able to kind of speak on this as an affirmation of what I was seeing on the road, I just didn't have the time to sit down and put it out and process it. But I was doing, live videos while I was recording, while I was driving, but it was just like, man, I'm driving through all of these places and I'm not really, you know, I wouldn't say I wasn't informing or warning the nation as I could have much more. And, but the road work is not easy. Picking up and packing every single day, picking up and packing, working 12 hours, driving hella hours, working on music, working on this, working on that. Yeah. To whom much is given, much is required. But I'm not when you go through it. But anyways, uh, with these car accidents, now we didn't with the weather. We didn't been on the weather for a good amount of time, which is good because it's a lot going on. But it's a lot going on in this American crime too. So we're gonna get to it. We got some American crimes, y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and let y'all enjoy that. We're gonna pull this up because yeah, it is bonkers. So we're gonna start with the cars we were just talking about. Um, yeah, because like I said, people driving crazy.
What?
Oh no, that was not it.
Cell phone video shows the aftermath of an SUV crashing into a home today. It happened at 57th and Natoma on the city's southwest side. It's still unclear why the driver slammed into the home, but witnesses say that the car was driving fast through the area.
Came out of nowhere. Must have been doing 70 miles an hour. And the car went to the left, flew up, went right into the house, crash, flipped over.
Watch breaking.
It's the fact that they are engaging in these things are now ending up in their eye gates and their ear gates, and it's spinning around. It's going on a loop inside of their minds on a consistent basis. So we're starting to see these accidents happen, and people are extra occupied while they're driving. That's what's going on. People are extra occupied while they're driving right now. Anyways, we're gonna run through these. Because these are a lot.
Captured the terrifying moment, a wrong-way drive right there.
Ooh.
Headed straight
Wow.
into oncoming traffic. Tonight, Charmel Odell joins us with a look into the growing concern over wrong-way drivers across Springfield, and we hear from the driver whose family narrowly avoided tragedy. Charmel.
The amount of wrong-way driving is because people who look like them are 988ing. They 988ing at 99 miles an hour.
Yeah, Paul, I'm near the ramp of James River Freeway in Campbell, not too far away from where Lindsay Hyde and her family were hit by that wrong-way driver who ended up getting arrested for drunk driving. That's just one out of 3 situations of wrong-way drivers that have happened in the past few weeks.
In a split second, they swerved out of the way, and I saw the car.
Sunday night, Lindsay Hyde drove with her 2 kids down James River Freeway near the Campbell exit. Next thing she knew, a wrong-way driver suddenly appeared. The car crashed into them, sending them spinning across the freeway.
All I remember is feeling the impact, and then I heard our son start crying and holding his face, and all I could think about other than that was getting hit from behind as we were spinning.
She immediately turned to check on her 2 kids in the back seat and grabbed her phone to call her husband.
It was the scariest phone call I've ever had.
Richard Hyde was at work when he got that call. By the time he got to the scene, strangers had already pulled over to help.
I don't think it was until I got in my husband's car out of the ambulance that I completely just broke down, because I think I realized just maybe how lucky we were that it wasn't worse.
This isn't the only instance of a driver barreling down the freeway in the wrong lane. On January 15th, you had this. A wrong-way driver traveling down James River hit a red pickup truck side and smashed the window. Then there's the incident that totaled Lindsay's vehicle. That was on the 26th.
Haven't
And just
seen
2
anything
days
yet.
later, a wrong-way driver near James River and Sunshine was stopped by deputies and arrested for a DWI. The driver who destroyed Hyde's vehicle also arrested for DWI.
The hard part was just realizing that they were so close to being hurt, but we all 3 walked away.
Neither of the drivers who were arrested for DWI have been formally charged. I did reach out to the Missouri State Highway Patrol about the incident on the 15th, but have not heard back. Live in Springfield.
Yeah, that's deep. That is deep. Before I even go back to that one, I want to bring this one back. I want to bring this up in light with the droughts, with the tariffs that are going on with all of the American farm workers before they even go to the.
To prepare for the impact, Matt McCarter is a sales manager at a truck and equipment dealership in St. James. He also manages more than 100 cattle on his farm. Just like the pandemic, he is making sure that resources and other supplies are ready to go in order to keep raising and selling his cattle at decent prices. McCarter says, just like in other business, he's being careful about tracking expenses and figuring out the best balance between price and quality.
As a farmer and a producer, we hope it gets better, but there's a trickle effect to things getting higher and higher and higher. And that's not just in farming, that's in business, that's in life,
McCarter says other farmers he is talking to are also talking about sharing resources to help as the tariffs take effect.
So this is about to be affecting them in such a phenomenal loop, though, y'all. Like these are how is systematically technical and detailed and just thorough in his just filleting. He's just filleting with just the most beautiful of precisions. Like saying it the wrong ways because they've been going in the wrong way, and now they're saying like, yeah, this is what's going on is going in the wrong way. They are going in the wrong way.
County Sheriff's Office is investigating a wrong-way freeway crash that killed 2 people. The crash happened northbound lanes of I-43 near National Avenue just after 5 o'clock this morning. 12 News' Emily Polfall reports they're still looking for one of the vehicles involved.
We're getting reports of a head-on crash right around National Avenue.
A head-on crash on the highway, stalling traffic for hours Saturday.
We're going to need 43 northbound. The Beecher on-ramp's closed and the last on-ramp closed.
The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office says around 5 in the morning, 2 vehicles entered I-43 near Plankinton Avenue, traveling southbound in the northbound lane.
Yeah, he was not reading that rainbow. Reading rainbows.
A short time later, one of those vehicles hit an oncoming car traveling the right direction.
I have one in the wall, lane 1, and then I have 2 other vehicles in the right distress lane.
The Sheriff's Office says the man driving the wrong way vehicle and a woman in the front seat died. Medics took a backseat passenger to the hospital with serious injuries. The other wrong way vehicle got away. The Sheriff's Office says there were a man and a child inside the car going the right direction.
2 of them, and apparently there's a child in the car also.
They both
And the
survived.
channel's 12
The Sheriff's
too.
Office did not say why investigators think there were
WISN
2
12.
vehicles going the wrong way on I-43 in the first place.
The Sheriff's Office says investigators are still looking for the
4
second
times
vehicle
3 is
going
12.
the wrong way on the highway here behind me. They say that it's a silver or a dark
It's a
SUV.
big story.
They're also
This 12, 4 times 3 is 12. This is a big story. It's a national story. This is national in Columbia.
looking
Yeah.
into whether or not those 2
The stop sign is best. Yeah.
vehicles going the wrong way are connected. In Milwaukee, Emily Pofall, WISN 12 News.
The Most High is not stopping them going the wrong way. Because they going the wrong way and everything.
Wrong way on the freeway. That's what Milwaukee County deputies say happened this morning right before a crash that killed 2 people. Our Durante Matthews joins us now with why drivers say this is sad but not surprising.
Yeah, that's right, Sam. Well, first of all, deputies say it was not 1, but 2 vehicles going the wrong way on I-43 this morning, which in theory should be really crazy when you really think about it. However, I spoke with drivers who say it's not uncommon to see a car going in the wrong direction.
7 total patients on scene right now.
The early morning wreckage from a crash that killed 2 people.
Significant damage.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened. Let me make sure I get through the other ones. Yeah, I didn't mean to skip that. Let me make sure I didn't skip that. Let me skip that. No. Ooh, hold on. Let me go back. All right.
Dallas that turned into a 17-mile police chase that ended in Racine County.
Okay, here, take a look at this.
Got it lit up, we're still rolling. Southbound 65, you put me in pursuit.
Okay, this happened.
I'm showing this is because they all have been going on a run right now, y'all. It's like it's just a run nigga run thing going on for them right now. They really got them running from the cops like they're mules. You got to understand, some of these people really are mules. And they got drugs on, the whole car is filled with it. So yeah, you got a lot of people who've been just for a regular traffic stop, y'all. They would have stopped for it if your brake hit your head, your back brakes are out, or something stupid and minute, and would have let them go. Would have let them go. But why are you trying to escape now? This is more happening than
Back in late November, this is the beginning of it. Police first tried stopping the car. As it was learned, the driver had open warrants, and you can see the driver took off. Eventually went southbound on the highway.
Drove right into a church.
And then things get really dangerous.
Drove on the wrong way. Going the wrong way.
This was around 3 in the morning. Amazingly, no traffic out on the roads, and that we're really thankful for after what you're looking at here. We're on the wrong side of the road. Chase did hit speeds of 115 miles per hour at one point. Eventually,
115 at 7.
And right near Wind Lake. Watch.
That 7 has been coming up for them, and that 7 has been just it's not been a lucky number for them.
Did you end up going eastbound?
They got all their shit in the back of that car. If I showed you a picture, I'm gonna have to find these pictures, but I've taken pictures of like when at the gas station, Love's pilots on the road, and people's cars is completely packed with a bunch of just dookie on the top, on tugging it on the back, everything. Thanking everything. So yeah, this is a cover-up too. This is Make America Great Again, right?
Strange part is the driver used his turn signal throughout the chase. The driver is in custody. According to court documents, he says, "I'm gonna be charged with 200 years of BS. Might as well have some fun with it, huh?"
Wow.
Well, the driver,
Darby Castillo,
on your screen, charged with 6 felonies. He only faces up to 40 years in prison.
40 years in prison. Wow. Wow. 1 plus 17, that loop is complete. It's complete. You get 40 years. You're no longer a viable working member of society. Darby, you were going on a Derby. You were going on a Derby. Mommy, what do I want to be when I grow up? I want to do 40 years behind prison. No, man.
Southbound 295 near mile marker 25 in the 895 split.
So that's when I thought, oh, this is not going to be good.
Angela Williams says she was following a tractor trailer and this rig hauling cars, noticing the driving was aggressive and turning more dangerous.
And all of a sudden, the tractor trailer that's in the center lane started moving left toward the car hauler.
She says a loud pop made it sound like a tire burst.
All day today, that's all I've been able to think about.
Now realizing what she may have heard is a deadly gunshot. State troopers say several rounds ripped through the passenger side of a car hauler driven by 58-year-old Silvio Sobrino from Massachusetts. He was found by a trooper slumped over the wheel.
I just feel like now, because, I could have helped a little bit more. So that's weighing on me, so I feel the guilt. But also, it's just scary to know that you're that close to something.
How much of that guilt is really weighing on y'all? Because y'all ain't never had no remorse and no empathy, no sympathy, not once. So how are you, like it's weighing on? Why are things all of a sudden weighing on your guys' heart in the last 5 freaking years now? Where you guys got a heart now?
And that's happening.
Troopers say the driver of the tractor trailer, a rig described as white with green lettering, left the scene and has not been found. By phone, a family friend of the Sobrinos tells me Silvio was hauling cars south to Florida. She described the Brazilian native as a hard-working father with 2 daughters and 2 grandchildren, a husband with an enormous heart, and sole provider for his family. A grieving family now facing emotional, physical, and financial hurdles that were unexpected.
People just need to be aware that everybody is stressed right now, and just give everybody just a little bit of.
Just y'all. Let's correct that lady. Let's correct that lady. Just y'all.
extra, patience and yeah.
We don't have no more patience. The patience that we have is way gone. There's no more toothpaste in the bottom of that tube. Our patience is gone at this point, lady. It's really gone.
Story there from our Devin Wood. Meanwhile, a car crashed into a Waffle House on Sycamore View Road last night. The driver of a red Buick Enclave reportedly fell asleep in the parking lot and woke up inside the restaurant. No customers were injured, but the building suffered significant damage. That driver taken to Methodist North with non-critical injuries and faces multiple charges.
I bring this up because, man, driving doing my job, it's been plenty times, y'all. I almost died. I ain't gonna lie. And the Most High has kept me. I have been guided every single time. I'm just truly blessed and thankful. It's times where people's eyes get closed, and as many times as I may have dabbled my eyes, it's woken me back up and it's gotten me safe to my destination every time. So I'm just, hallelujah. Thank you. Thank you. Because when I see these, I'm showing these because this is how bad on the roads. Like, I'm just not saying it's just because I'm on the roads, y'all. Right now I ain't been, but the amount of things that I've seen with this is not uncommon. People running into a Waffle House. I don't know why somebody running into a Waffle House like, I need my eggs over easy while I flip this car over easy right through your window. But yeah, it's on the road dangerous. I ain't even gonna lie, that was definitely a lot of times where I was kept and I was protected. But I'm saying when I'm looking at these folks, they're not protected. And they're causing massive calamities on every road right now. And you don't even have to be no weather. I'm just saying, like, they are occupied with so much stuff right now that they can't even put their phones down. They're driving with both hands off of the wheels. Like, this is a real white Jesus take the wheel. It's true. Let me make sure. Did I get that one? Yes, I did. What am I missing? Hold up. I missed something. Oh, let me go back. Well, this is the reason why. Shoot. It definitely is. Okay, Rising. I mean, you got people drunk. It's because obviously.
Over at the State House, lawmakers are continuing to debate how to combat the state's rising rates of liquor liability insurance. Our Josie Frost is at the State House with more.
Yeah, because who do you hold responsible for the person drinking? Now they're making the businesses responsible. You know what I'm saying? And now the business, they lose their liquor license, they get closed down because, out of hundreds of paid one that just don't want to get an Uber. And they're gonna trace it back. We're like, well, where were you drinking? Well, I was drinking at, Prime Black's bar. Well, at Prime Black bar, why didn't Prime stop you from drinking? You know what I'm saying? So that's it's the tangled web that is being weaved where you're mixing church and state. These wine and spirits are very real right now. And I'm looking at, and I'm not, the Pope opening up these portals, not knowing what the hell you're doing, opening up the Ghostbusters chambers, allowing everything to consume these people. The moment that they become, admissible and suppressive to these, these spirits, and I'm believing it's our ancestors popping up into them and having them do this. That's really where my head has been at right now. Like, are our ancestors literally overtaking these people's bodies and helping getting them out of here faster? I don't know, but that's a great thought.
A 2017 law required bars to carry a $1 million insurance liability.
You right, sister. Watching them fall it like this goes on for hours. You know what I'm saying? Like it really is a lot. It's as much as we try to make it entertaining, it is exhausting because I don't want this to be all encompassing of even we're trying to go. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be sitting here and be talking about like no nanny nanny, aha, this happened to you, point a finger like, I'm glad it's happened. No, that's not what this is about. And that's not what I want to convey and portray even on this platform, you know. So I do understand that this can be exhausting. And it is exhausting because we have put up with so much. And the treatment that we have gone through has been exhausting. So to be able to see that we got some respite, some TLC, some ability to be able to, you know, the targeted that it's not aimed at us, this particular point. It gives me a little bit of peace and calm just to be able to kind of put this in that context right now for us. But anyways, let me go ahead.
Liability policy. It would cover things like medical bills or damages in the case of a claim against them. For example, if one of their customers leaves the bar and gets in a car accident. But many
Exactly.
bars say the rates are rising and they can barely find any providers to cover them as is. Marty Dreesen sits at the bar at Bar None and goes through the bills from the previous night. It's been his routine since 1994 when he opened Bar None, known as one of the only bars in Columbia open past 2 a.m.
In 30 years, we've never had a liquor violation, never had a minor violation, nothing. Workman's comp, unemployment, nothing. We've done everything right.
Despite his track record, Dreesen says he can no longer find an insurance company to cover him past 2 a.m., meaning he's going to have to scale back his hours.
I have a total of 12 employees. I would say at least half of them, it's like taking a day of work away from them. You know, and they all live paycheck to paycheck or tips.
Yeah, got that 12 and a half.
From one day to the next. So, you know, you drop their hours by 10 hours a week. That's going to affect them a lot.
A committee of lawmakers tasked with hearing recommendations on how to lower those rates recently published the results.
We've lost a number of companies who are no longer riding here, and you know we're seeing issues with property and casualty. We're seeing issues, of course, with liability in general. But what really was
they're seeing how badly that's why they're all at these offices. They're all suit and ties trying to figure it. They're trying to figure out how to manage go glacier-sized gash in their Titanic as it's going down. Because as this is the tangled web that they weaved. All the legislation, all the laws that y'all had piggied up against us, they're coming to bite y'all back in the ass. Because we're not support businesses. And then you guys have to get your patrons, which look like y'all, more drunker. So yeah, they're throwing up, driving home crazy, getting into these accidents, causing damage to their cars, themselves, others. So you guys are causing a massive ripple effect. And now you can't manage. Now you can't sustain. You can't handle. You got to scale things back. People got to have less than 10 hours of work on their check. That's 10 hours. Yeah, that's a lot, depending on what you're making. So these people have to scale back on everything. They may have to go get another little side. You know what I'm saying? So the hustle for them is like it's got them doing double for your trouble of slave work. They have to work in a lesser amount of time, and then the time is getting shorter, and the money is getting shorter. So now it's getting to a point where they're gonna be like, "Damn, I work for free," and that's the narrative created behind these beautiful natural disasters. To where they got to go to Hurricane Milton, they got to go to Ida and work for free, or Sandy and work for free, Hurricane Helene and work for free. Pacific Palisades Fire and work for free. So yeah, y'all get work. Let me keep on
impetus
going.
of this was the really extreme rates of premium increases for our liquor liability, which impact all of our local bars, our VFWs, our restaurants.
A few of the recommendations, the Wholesale and Specialty Insurance Association recommended changing the state's laws to say that a business has to knowingly serve an intoxicated individual to be held liable, which would
They're all intoxicated. This is stupid. This is stupidness that they weave up. It's stupidness that's going to weave up. They're going to be serving non-alcoholic drinks because everybody is going to be drunk. They're going to be intoxicated. The moment to put the first drink to their lips, shalom, beloveds. The moment they put the first drink to their lips, you're liable. So it's oxymoronic. It's oxymoronic.
lower their risk.
The more they get these people drunk, the more they're going to be inappropriate behavior. They're going to be conjured up by some spirit. So it's going to be something.
Claims. Mothers Against Drunk Driving says the state should focus on strengthening its current DUI law, while the Insurance Services Office recommended putting caps on the amount a bar can be held liable for these claims. Dreesen says he thinks that would be a compromise.
I think we do a really good job. 30 years, we've done an excellent job. I got good customers and good employees. We didn't do anything wrong and have to close earlier.
We didn't do anything wrong either, sir. 400 plus years, we didn't do a damn thing wrong to y'all. We didn't do a damn thing wrong to y'all. We didn't do a damn thing wrong to y'all. But yet and still, hundreds of years, y'all said that we did everything wrong to y'all. Hundreds of years, y'all said that we was just doing everything wrong. Now it's starting to come around and you're getting double for your trouble. This is just amazing times. All praise to the Most High, man. It's just
training, which some say would lower the risk for insurance policies, and for the government to create a risk-sharing pool that provides coverage for bars that can't get it alone from private insurers. Reporting at the State House.
This is heavy. So just as much as you got people drinking and all that drinking is going to lead to something just like this right here. Look, community show support for local bartender battling autoimmune disease.
People in Springfield are coming together for a woman battling several autoimmune conditions. Tonight, how the community is stepping in. Good evening and welcome to 22 News at 10. I'm Nicole Buddy. We begin this evening with a...
Why she got like some fake ass like Android cardboard box face? Like she got some makeup tips from Mrs. Doubtfire. Hello. Hello.
Local women battling several autoimmune conditions.
Damn.
The community now coming together to show their support for the well-known bartender at Nathan Bill's. 22 News reporter Victoria Buddy joins us live in studio with what this means to the family. Victoria.
Nicole, Samantha's strength is admired by so many people, and the community, including her very own customers, want to let her know they are always by her side.
It's funny how they always got to make money off of our shit. Muhammad Ali there, near, who is that? I can't tell who that is, but that's, whose jersey is that? Oh, that's a 50, what's 56? Can't tell. It's 5 and 6 is 11. So either with that, and 22 down here is double for your trouble. 1 and 9, 1 plus 9 is 10. You got another 1 plus, you got 10 up here, you got 10 here, and if you put the 0 and the 1 backwards right here, you got another 10. So you got 10, 10, 10 in these quarters. So right here in this bar, you got 10, 10, 10s. I don't know why that just popped up on me. I did introduce herself. Victoria Buddy. Buddy love.
Nicole, Samantha's strength is admired by so many people, and the community, including her very own customers, want to let her know they are always by her side.
Sam is the kindest, sweetest kid.
She's the type of girl where she'd do anything for.
See, and what they're doing right now is they're grandstanding on there, and they have to pick up every single one of their narratives. All of the stories, they try to make them all seem like I'm a good person. No, I'm a good person. I was here. I'm a good person. No, that don't make you a good person.
For anybody. Sam is a beautiful girl.
Supporting Samantha, a local woman battling several autoimmune conditions. People from Springfield hosting a fundraiser Saturday at the banquet hall at Nathan Bill's. The bartender unable to work right now. Now the community is hoping to raise thousands to support her fight.
You know, the fact that she hasn't been able to work and that she's just become so ill and needs this. And I'm overwhelmed. I'm touched beyond measure.
Owner of Nathan Bill's, John Sullivan, putting out a statement saying Sam isn't just a member of our team at Nathan Bill's. She's been a friend and a steadfast supporter since we first opened our doors. When my wife Jessie was diagnosed with brain cancer in 2017, Sam was one of the very first to offer her help and support. Not only does she work with us at Nathan Bill's, but she was also instrumental in getting our newest establishment at the Boulevard Tavern in East Springfield off the ground. At every Jessie's Fight fundraiser, she has quietly and generously donated all of her tips and paid to our nonprofit, always putting our community first without expecting recognition. Tonight, as we come together for this benefit, we honor her incredible generosity and the profound impact she has had on all of us. Samantha, also known for the mug of the day, at Nathan Bill's, customers would bring her empty coffee mugs weekly. She would then take pictures with them and call it Mug of the Day.
They have to do this for every single one of them because they are melting like ice cream. They're melting like ice cream. Their immunity systems is getting messed up. The sun is jacking them up. So they're having to feel all of this. They have red flags going along everywhere. No matter what they do, no matter how much fun they try to have, it's just literally a red flag going up on everything. There's no more fun. There's more hanging out. There's no more hanging out. There's no more groupings. None of that.
A new study is raising a red flag for those who use tanning beds. Researchers found areas with a large amount of tanning salons had some of the highest melanoma rates in the country. A melanoma diagnosis increased by 3% for each minute someone lived closer to a tanning bed facility. It's fascinating. Much like sun exposure, tanning beds raise the risk of melanoma because they emit UV rays that damage the DNA of skin cells. So next time you're tempted to tan, think twice. Regular sunscreen use can go a long way towards keeping your skin healthy.
This is all stuff that they do. I ain't never had to do any of that stuff. Any of y'all had to do that? I ain't never had to do that. I ain't never had to do none of that. I don't know. I don't know. Why y'all need all that? Y'all doing all this extra stuff. Anyways, this is another one with the simple fact that prime love the kids, but this one is crazy. It's just, and it's, let me pull it up. Well, it's the Central Ohio Foundation teams up to host free heart screenings for kids. Now, Ohio is definitely number one in sex trafficking and corruption, for one. And when you're talking about heart screenings for kids, I have nieces and nephews that have energy out of this and have never needed to be checked about the heart that they had. They actually got more heart than most adults do. But I'm just saying, why do you need to check a kid's heart? Not saying that they don't need to, but don't you think that you would want to check a 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90-year-old's heart before you go and try to poke and prod at these kids? Their extraction of profit through the kids is starting to be revealed. This is the year of the revealing.
It is National Youth Heart Screening Day, according to the Parent Heart Watch.
Everything is a national something day for y'all. Everything. It's not one day that I ain't heard that it's like, huh? Today was what? It's National Kids Heart Day, whatever. Like, I just saw that it was National I Before Breakfast Day today. How many days do y'all need to be inspired by something weird and quirky like that? Anyway, let me stop.
Watch 1 in 215 kids has an undetected heart condition, and they're hoping to decrease that number. They hosted 24 heart screening events across the country today, including at Powell Parks and Rec. NBC4's Gracie Collins has more on their mission and why this cause is so personal to the organizers.
From learning CPR to how to use an AED, it may not take long, but organizers say it could be a matter of changing you from a bystander to a lifesaver. Several local organizations partnered up to bring the community free youth heart screenings. Matthew Mangini also led people through CPR basics and how to use an automated external defibrillator. He and his wife Kim started the One Shot Foundation to raise awareness for safety measures during cardiac episodes after losing their son. 16-year-old Matthew Jr. died in 2020 after going into a sudden cardiac arrest at soccer practice. They're now on a mission to prevent this from happening to other families.
It started out, and it still is a great grieving process for Kim and I to just kind of deal with what, the pain that his death has caused. And it started out as that way, and it turned into just a personal mission to train as many people as we can.
The groups also donated 2 of these AEDs to the parks, and now they're leaving with dozens more people knowing how to use them.
Okay, so he died in 2020. Did he get the shot? Did he get the Jabberwocky? Because there were a lot of kids that got those shots and wound up croaking. Healthy kids. So, I got a lot of questions. I'll tell you, some of this stuff don't be smelling good. It just don't be smelling good. It honestly don't. But that's what they have to do. This is what they have to do. Every way. It's not working anymore. They have to hold fundraisers for all of the kids now. All of the kids. What's that movie where there was no more kids born? What's the name of that movie? Like the end of kids, not the end of kids, the name. But it was a movie. It was like it's very recent, but it was like the last kid born or something like that. It was like 2 kids that I remember that was, they could still have kids, but it was a movie like that. But I don't know. We just seeing this happening with many of the nations around the world. Many of these countries where their populations are dwindling. Do you know what I'm saying? They're paying the people to have kids. They're paying people in South Korea. They're paying people in Japan. They're paying people in Russia right now. They're paying people in Italy. They're paying people in that's 5 of them. We can go off from that. We can go with that. At least 5 countries that we know of for right now, which are some of the major ones that have population depletion. And they are trying to pay for people to come back to their land to have children there. Thing is, a lot of people ran to America. Many of these other people in other countries, you're not going to see a plethora. You're not going to see a plethora of Italians in Chile. You're not going to see a plethora of Africans in, say, Iceland. I'm just saying, you're going to see a very small amount of people in these particular locations. Most of the time, you're going to see the national people of those national countries. So you're going to see more Icelandic people. You're going to see more Spaniards in Spain. You're going to see more Portuguese. Not saying that you're not going to have all these others, but for the most part, if they have an issue where they're at, they're not going to get all these people from everywhere. You're not going to get everybody from Chinatowns across America to come back and move to China and move back to some Chinese buildings that's falling apart. You're not gonna have them move back to some CCP shit that they ain't want to be in the first place, that they left. So no. No matter how much, yeah, they're gonna deport people back. They're gonna do that, sure. That's still not gonna do anything for those other countries. There's still nothing. They are locked out. Everything is messed up everywhere. When you're looking at the atrocities from a geological standpoint, the amount of weather that is happening in every single country around the whole world, even the islands, are all going through something right now. There's not one place that's saying, "Oh yeah, we good, ain't nothing going on here." No. There's crazy activity going on everywhere. And so yeah, people are not in the mood to want to knock boots and bring a baby into, when a volcano's blowing up on them. Yeah. And even with a lot of people, I was nervous about it. My job was trying to force me to get the Jabberwocky. I went and got the test, but even with the test, I was still nervous. I went and got tested twice, and I'm like, man, why am I having this stranger who's shaking, who been shaking all day, like she ain't ate no sandwich or nothing, sticking this long Q-tip up in my nose? That whole process that we all had to go through during that time was crazy, but we smelt it out. We truly smelt that out.
Small horse riding community in A small horse riding community in Lake and Sumter counties unites in support of its own. As West 2's David Jones shows us, they spent the day mourning and celebrating a loving father and a determined daughter.
This is not a normal day of events at the Lake Saddle Club.
I wasn't expecting this at all.
The whole day is also a fundraiser.
Overwhelming is the only word that I can use for this because there's been so much community support that has rallied.
Whitney Law's 16-year-old daughter, Briley Law, was in ICU just 2 weeks ago.
Briley is definitely a fighter. She's not supposed to be walking on her own, but she refuses to use her crutches now.
The avid horse rider was seriously injured in the same car crash that took the life of her 39-year-old father, Joel Law. The two were driving to her mom's after a
There goes that 12.
Father-daughter day, celebrating her 16th birthday. Troopers are still searching.
It's interesting that, this administration is trying to split up families and tear families apart and tear them down and all these things, while the Most High is like doing this exact thing to them. So it's like doing to others as you would want them to do unto you. Even our own beloved brothers and sisters as well. We have to be careful about how we treat each other as well. You treat somebody wrong, you do something, yeah. But when I'm looking at these things, it's like, okay, what they're doing is being done unto them. It's severing families.
For the driver of a possibly dark blue or brown colored late model SUV. They ran the stop sign on County Road 475 outside Wildwood last month. A car swerved to avoid them, colliding head on with Joel and Briley. Joel did not make it.
He's just somebody that the whole community, anybody who knew him could depend on him. It just shows how many friends he had, how many people he took care of, how many people he was there for, and how many people loved his kids as much as they love him.
The community.
But you don't know what his ancestors did. Sure, you can say all of that. You do not know what his ancestors did. We know very well. And even if y'all knew, you're in denial about it.
The community has gathered behind the family and the now single mom who's battling breast cancer.
It's good to know that there are still people that reach out whenever you're going through hard times. She's strong and she's a fighter, and she's not going to let anything hold her back from doing what she loves.
I want to make sure that everyone knows how grateful we are for everything that they've done for these kids. They've gone above and beyond and I can't even express how much I appreciate it.
They are shooken. She is broken. She ain't been broken all the way. Still got some more. Yeah. But you seeing it, y'all. Y'all seeing it. You know, the emotions are there. On one swing, one other.
Services were held today for Brian Weeks, the beloved Fall River pastor who was killed in a car crash in January. Services were this morning at his Providence Church in Swansea. Weeks founded Spindle City Church on Bay Street and was known for the work he did around the city for the homeless population. Many came to mourn, but friends of Brian tell us this is also an opportunity to just celebrate his life and all of the important work that he did.
Yeah, I mean, Pastor Brian was known all over the world for his missionary work and generally his love for people, you know, and being able to see through people's issues and problems into the gold and who they really are. There'll be homeless people all over the place here today just because of the impact. On top of that, we've got people from Haiti, Romania, Africa, all over the world, and places that he's ministered.
According to his obituary, Pastor Weeks leaves behind his wife, 2 children, and a great...
You're seeing many churches and pastors, as we're showing you. Many churches and pastors. Many churches and pastors. Burnt down. Pastors are getting humbled. Yeah. Whew. Boy. It's a lot going on. Can't even express it. You got companies, people getting mad at the work they're doing. You got Costco striking. Costco went on a strike and they fixed the strike right away. People at Costco get paid very well, y'all. A lot of these companies, they get paid very well. And you're complaining about stacking diapers and Pampers and toilet tissue. You're not lifting up a whole pallet. You're not doing no crazy extraneous work. You're folding jeans after somebody after a customer, you know, made a mess. It's like, really? Really? But you're seeing all of these strikes popping up. You're seeing all of these people begging and wanting, and I need more and all of this. This is slave work. I'm not used to this. I don't do all of this. Yeah. You're seeing older people who was sitting high on the hog, who didn't lose it, who were well off, now have lost everything and having to go back to work. I ran into several people like that, working them on a job, listening. And I would sit here and just listen to all of them. I would act like I got headphones in my ears. I promise y'all, if you act like you got headphones in your ears, it will not bother you. And you ain't even got to have them on or nothing like that. If somebody talking to you, could be just ignoring them and be like, what? That's what I would do. Huh? I had headphones. I would point at my headphones like, I had headphones in. I didn't hear nothing you said. Can you repeat yourself so I can be able to know that they, specifically were trying to say something or anything like that? But, and it's most of the time I only talked to the people that were like the managers. That's the only people I needed to talk to. But anyways, yes, it is going down.
Steve Grant, Paul has the night off. First at 5, flu cases have nearly doubled in just the past week around the Ozarks. Schools keep closing because of widespread illnesses, and hospital ERs are flooded with patients. Reagan DeTrolio joins us live outside Mercy Hospital in Springfield with exactly what they are seeing. Reagan?
Steve, doctors tell me wait times in hospitals like these are out of control because the influx of patients they're seeing is huge.
The numbers here have certainly spiked over the last 12 to 14 days.
Cox Health doctor Jamie Jones says he's treating patients for a variety of cold weather illnesses.
A lot of it are your general winter viruses, but a significant spike in influenza A, a little bit of influenza B and a little bit of COVID.
He's right. Influenza A is dominating the entire county, and the total flu numbers in Greene County keeps climbing. According to data from the Springfield Greene County Health Department, the week of January 18th, flu cases were at 397, and just a week later, the numbers rose to 698 flu cases.
The symptoms typically last anywhere from a few days to a week, but some of those symptoms, like if you have a cough, that can last even several weeks afterwards.
As of Friday, the biggest age group impacted by the flu in Greene County is 25 to 49-year-olds. Dr. Jones says if you have to go to the hospital because you're...
That's all of your working class. That's not kids and that's not the elders. That's all of your working class people. And like they said, these hospitals are overran. We ran another video before where a sister was like, hey, I work in the nursing fields and they are overwhelmed. They're overexhausted, all of the ERs. So these people so nobody's actually being seen at a thorough scale because of numbers that are in there. They have to get through those numbers because people are screaming, they're crying, their babies are crying. Why you ain't see my baby? I've been in here for 4 hours. It is literally on an average, I believe, across America, I believe it's 3-hour wait times. I think that's the average. 2 to 3, 2.5. I want to give it to 2.5. I'll say 2.5, but it's at least 2.5 hour wait time inside of any emergency around the whole country.
Your symptoms are so bad, be patient because you could wait hours to get checked out.
Getting up and getting seen. If you need to be seen, do it earlier in the day.
And leaders with the Springfield Greene County Health Department say there are plenty of ways you can prevent getting the flu.
And just practicing good respiratory etiquette, washing your hands with soap and water.
And that's something y'all don't do. None of y'all do. I promise you, I got some stuff on the road. I'm going to actually make it on. I'm going to actually put it on my my TikTok and I'm going to post it up on my shorts on my YouTube video here. But to work, y'all. And I've seen this too many times. People, especially men. I don't know if any of my brothers in here who know as well, but go on the side of that damn restroom and watch the white man walk out of that damn restroom and not wash his damn hands. You white men never wash your hands unless a black man is in. He's looking directly at you. Like I'm looking at them like, motherfucker, did you just walk out of here and go touch all of the potatoes? And they would. I have a video of a dude. He took the most horrible dookie. And I was actually finna go in that. I wouldn't say I was gonna go in that stall because I had to actually have to just piss. But he came out of that stall and the door swung open and he walked out. So when he walked out, I stood and stopped and was like, Did you just shit in this stall right here and then walk out? He literally did, y'all. I took a picture of it. And I caught it. So I'm just like, man, the amount of people who don't wash their hands and everybody want to shake your hands. It don't matter if they got a suit and tie on. Women do it too. Yeah. I worked at Victoria's Secret.
To remove those microorganisms using alcohol-based hand sanitizer if soap's not available.
And if you have it, try your hardest not to pass the virus along to others.
Oftentimes, we feel just some early symptoms, and that's when we're kind of spreading it. And then
Literally spreading it. Y'all spread shit everywhere, man. Y'all touching on doing this, doing that. It's just nasty. That's how you guys keep getting sick, and y'all want us to be around. Y'all be in our face and stuff like that. We be out and about. You coughing. You got your dog in here too in a restaurant. Your kid walking around touching everything. Snot boogers everywhere. You not even stopping him. Lady, you the reason why it's Wuhan. You the Wuhan lady. And get your little brat. I'm just saying, folks. That shit is nasty as fuck. It's just nasty how nasty things have gotten. You can appreciate because it made people get their act together during COVID, but even during COVID, houses, people were still they dirty, nasty self. Truly. It didn't get no better during COVID. I cleaned 100 houses. I cleaned 100 houses. And out of all of those 100 houses, I can say at least 10. At least 10, no more than 15 were actually decent houses that I really didn't have to clean up. They wanted their house clean. And I could and I could actually I could have made that really successful. I probably still can. Just the amount of it. I don't want to be in a house though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only thing. Like I would be blessing their house. Like I don't want to bless anything that they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like so it's like the fact that we've been staying out of things, the way we've been staying away from things, the way we've just been like, I don't want to. Because after I finished the job, that I feel icky after it. Even just working on the supermarkets that I was working on, it's just like, damn, I didn't actually help y'all. I didn't actually fix y'all internet. You know what I'm saying? I didn't actually did this. I actually did that. A lot of the stuff that we've done throughout our history, it's always a thankless job. We're gonna always be unappreciated. We're gonna be appreciated now because they're gonna say, hell, we ain't got nobody to work. We done booted everybody out of the country. I can't work because I didn't got into a car accident because I was drunk and I can't work no more. I can't do this no more. So it's like they are going to be clamoring in Cleveland to keep their afloat. And when they fall apart and they have nothing, then we're going to be rising and they're going to have to be showcasing to us, hey, I need a job. Well, we got a job and we're willing to pay you less than minimum wage. Oh, you can't pay me that. Oh, that is an American crime. Yeah, it's been an American crime for 100+ years of stuff that we ain't received no reparations for. We ain't got no land from. We ain't got no compensation. We ain't even got no damn sorry from y'all. So no, we ain't trying to hear nothing y'all saying at this point now. We're dead ass silent and we're letting you say all of what you need to say. Say it. All of this messes up. All this atrocities. Oh, they're not paying me this much. Oh, my neck hurt, my back hurt, my neck and my back. I need $150,000. Selling this out for $20. Man, it ain't even wet over here. Man, it ain't even wet over here. Anyways, I'm just playing around. What do I got on here? But yeah. Let me bring this up. Come on now. Yeah. Why does this do this? Let me fix it. Come on. Really? All right, there we go. I fixed it. I think when I sit stagnant for a minute, it just the computer want to get slow on me. Anyways, I'm gonna keep
Local
going.
in this evening's top story, state lawmakers this week took a step that they hope will ensure more protections for people who are working in healthcare. On Friday, State House members passed House Bill 1341. Retired Burleigh County Sheriff Pat Heinert brought the bill forward. That would make it a Class C felony to assault an emergency worker, including people working in hospitals, EMS, or volunteer fire departments. People who testified in favor of the bill argue that for years, nurses and other emergency workers are facing more violence on their shifts.
The solution to the issue, when we continue to have violence after 6 years of having this law in place, the solution is let's add hospital worker. That'll take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Now we covered the janitor, the secretary, and the CEO. We're all good.
They work holidays, they work weekends.
Oh yeah, you got to take care of the CEO, right? The CEOs are already well taken care of. He didn't mention nothing else. He didn't mention nobody else but that damn CEO. That was really what he was trying. He ain't worried about no damn janitor. Anywhere, all that is just grandstanding, put it out there just so everybody would just be like, oh, he didn't say it. No, he said it, but does he mean it? Nah. You guys have created all of these institutions and organizations, these corporations, and is that a man or a woman? I can't tell. But anyways, you guys have made it difficult on us. Now that we have removed ourselves, you now see that you've made it difficult on yourself. You're now being faced with all of the, oh, we just need to slap this over it. We need to slap that over there. All of your church and state has been convoluted and mixed up to where you can't not work any of these things. These things cannot operate the way they were supposed to be operating because it's a complete massive influx on everything. You got a massive amount of people coming into the hospital. You got a massive fires where the firefighters got to go to. You got a massive amount of crime where these people are on the run. They're involved in the crime now. So now they're not chasing us. They're not bothering us. They got to go get Billy in the street, who's driving on the wrong side of the on the road drunk. They're too occupied with themselves. And that's cool. Stay that way.
They work nights, they work shift work. And we're sitting here and not protecting them from an environment that they cannot run away from.
That bill passed on the House floor with 68 votes in favor, 21 representatives voted no.
I mean, assaulting medical workers, people were getting assaulted on all their jobs. People getting assaulted on all their jobs. If you work at Walmart, you can't go and you can't go and stop the person who's stealing that big ass TV out of the front door. Stop! Don't do that. Don't do this. And then you got security who don't do their job. I got a video right now of a security guard not doing his damn on his phone. An illegal immigrant. With all these brothers and sisters they could have hired, but it's like y'all hire us for these positions to be able to be surveillancing you guys' establishment, and we always do a great job of whatever we do because we got to do the damn job. But even after we do the job, y'all created this, man. Y'all created this, and y'all are sitting and stewing in it badly. Y'all are stewing in this badly, y'all. Anyways, we're gonna keep it going. We still got a lot of American crime go. We're gonna get through this.
Is in the Marshall County Jail tonight, charged with attempted murder of a police officer. 28-year-old Austin Nixon of Horton is being held without bond. We're told this is connected to an incident from Thursday morning. Police pulled over a car on Highway 75 near Old Horton Road. Officers say a passenger got out and then made a run for it. At one point, the passenger fired a shot as officers chased him. Nixon was arrested a short time later. He was formally charged this morning.
It's like y'all all running. Y'all are running from y'all are running from Michael Myers, Jason, and Freddy Krueger all at the same time. Y'all trying from y'all past. Y'all trying to run away from y'all evil deeds. Y'all trying to run away from a lot of stuff. And then y'all are committing and doing this stuff in the midst of with the cops. So it's like you guys have created this whole environment for yourself. It's like, yep, you did it. Y'all did it. It's changing, but we'll keep it going. These are the faces.
Bars accused of trafficking drugs, including fentanyl, within city limits.
Mm-hmm.
Officers arrested 28-year-old Savannah Mahaffey after they found drugs in her car. This is not the first time officers say they found her with drugs. Back in October, they searched her house and also found drugs, including fentanyl. She's now in the Morgan County Jail. Her bond has been set at $155,000.
So the fact that they're becoming more prevalent on the police's watch list because of the thing is they have surveillance us so long. They're like, man, these black folks ain't doing nothing. We got to pay attention to these other folks. They're the ones that's causing these riots and these January 6th insurrection. They're the ones coming over the border and committing these type of crimes. Like, these black folks ain't doing. Not saying they taking our day to, not saying they taking their eye off of us. Don't get it twisted, but They are busy and occupied trying to find little Miss Piggy. And they're repeating. All of these people are repeating over and over again. The drugs got them in a loop. The alcohol has them in a loop. Every single one of them, they all have a favorite pill. They all have a favorite pill. So yeah, this stuff is starting to really pop up to where the anger, the rage, all of that coming out of. So let me make sure I finish all of these because I think I got a lot of them already. Let me get this one away. Come on now.
Now to Madison County, where a man is in jail charged with shooting at his neighbor's house early this morning. Deputies say it happened on Maysville Road a little after midnight. They say this man, 56-year-old Kevin Wheat, fired several shots after an ongoing dispute with his neighbor. He's charged with discharging a firearm into an occupied dwelling. He's being held on a $5,000 bond.
Do you love that neighbor when the devil's next door? They look at their neighbors now as devils. They're their neighbors now like it's changed, y'all. When you look in their eyes, they look at themselves now. Yeah, you got the Trump shit going on. Yeah, you got all this other stuff. But really, looking in their eyes, they look at themselves now, more paranoid. Themselves now. In Madison County, I don't know if this is in. I don't think this is in Indiana. It might be in Indiana. That's Madison County. I don't know Madison County jail. I don't know, but that 48 right there, that 12, 9 right there, 11. Yeah, $5,000 bond. They want to keep these bonds down, so these people are still capable of being viable citizens of society. You see what I'm saying? He's firing into somebody's house, y'all. That's a felony offense. Most jobs are not hiring a felon. They've done it with our brothers and sisters for such a long time. So when we start working in these buildings now, when we start working HR departments, we're looking at them like, oh, wait, we can't hire Kevin Wheat. We can't hire Kevin Wheat because he has a fee. We can hire Devontae Jenkins though, because he actually got his college degree. He has no criminal record, and he does his job. So yeah, we're gonna move on from Kevin Wheat, and we're gonna hire Devontae Jenkins. So yeah, the news station is hiring. But yeah, that's what it's turning out to be. Let me make sure I got through these. Oh, this one's a goodie. Yep, this one's a goodie.
Man left for dead in the street after being stabbed more than a dozen times.
And it might shock you when you find out who's now been arrested for the attack. And a warning too. Some of the images you're about.
He reminded me of that was the cartoon rooster, the one with Yosemite Sam. He just popped up in my head.
Our graphic.
News 4's Mecca Thompson is on Crime Watch.
A night walk home for a 24-year-old man turned near deadly when he was hit by a truck, attacked and stabbed. The suspect, his girlfriend's father.
All I remember was just laying there, not being able to breathe.
Wow.
Mitchell Yoder, locked up.
That's the face. I'm telling you, all you brothers that be in them, a lot of brothers in these interracial relationships, all these sisters that be in these interracial relationships as well. I remember in high school that she was a sweetheart. She was a white girl. Was she white? She was like white and Hispanic, but her father was white. Beard, scruffy, fat, short, big bear belly. You know, I never met him. But he was like, "You get that nigger out of my house." I was a lad. That's when we just stopped talking to each other. Like, we didn't have no problems with each other, but her father had all of the issue with me. And I realized at the time, I was like, you know, it was all about the world. You know, color didn't matter at the time. But that's because I was around a lot from ethnicities. But that was one of my major wake-up calls. It's like, I don't think I really want to marry or have a kid or anything with a white girl. Damn. Like, her daddy helped me with that one. Because I'd have been all vanilla swirl chocolate up and stuff like that. Because white girls just love the shit out of me. I don't know. But I can't work with them just because they get on top of a black man and start saying nigger. That's what it turns into. And it's like, nah. I've always loved my sisters. It's like, to see how far we've come. Like, we went through a lot of trauma together. And so to kind of like, it made me fix myself and humble me and repent that energy that I had towards other women of other nationalities, and realize that my mother was black, my grandmother was black. I appreciate everything that they have ever shown me is the antithesis and the definition of what a beautiful black woman is, strong black woman. And to see where we've gotten brothers put all of these other women on a pedestal, and I'm not exempt from that. Do you know what I'm saying? I didn't see color, but still I can see how my black sisters looked at me. Like, how you gonna put this on a pedestal? I don't care if she Asian, I don't care if she black, I don't care if she white, I don't care if she Mexican. Like anybody else that I may have dated. And this was all younger. I got my act together as I got older. But how the interracial relationships turned out to where my black side of my family didn't have a problem with nobody. We was accepting, just because we assimilated, even though we know it's racism out there. But when it came to me and their families, the Filipino chick I dated, her family hated me. Her grandmother loved me, but she hated me at the same time because she didn't want me with her granddaughter. Same thing with everybody else. And I didn't understand until it dawned on me in those moments, of why they never wanted me to meet their family. It's like, why did I end up with people that did not want to meet me, or did not want to? And it's because of these reasons. It has gotten real, especially even more now. And you got people who are all the way in interracial relationships, got kids with everybody, families is intermingling and stuff like that. Indian, Mexican, Asian, white, all other flavors. And our brothers and sisters are having to meet with this energy from these sides now. Especially if you're a soul brother, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you're in the nation now. It's like,
After police say he attacked 24-year-old Jonathan Washington earlier this month.
And they stabbed me about 17 times, and they left.
Washington says he and his girlfriend got into an argument. Court documents detail her punching him in the face, and he hit back. She then called her father, Yoder, and that's when the night took a near-deadly turn.
I was walking home to my grandma's house like I do every night, and I'm walking on the median right here. This white pickup truck just rams into me real hard, and it broke my ankle. Couldn't walk.
Washington, beaten and stabbed until he collapsed. He was spotted by a neighbor who called for help. Police say they found Washington with deep stab wounds across his torso and face.
They said my intestines were hanging out. They said I was a miracle because they had got me in my neck right here. They had got me in my chest, but they had just missed my heart.
Yoder has a long criminal record, including a charge last summer for aggravated assault and battery.
It's just crazy. Like I said, it was a regular day. I would have never expected this to happen. I'm real grateful because I could have lost my life behind just a regular old relationship. So yeah, I'm real grateful to be alive.
In Oklahoma City.
That wasn't a regular old relationship, sir. That is you intermingling your blessing with that curse. And that's some lessons that I understand where he's coming from. I've been there, where I've had that happen. They ain't gone to all the stabbing and shooting and getting ran over and all that. But yeah, it gets like this on all facets.
Mecca Thompson, Oklahoma's News 4.
All right, Mecca. Now, Washington says he's no longer dating his former girlfriend and is now focusing on recovery. Yoder, meanwhile, is facing charges of assault with a deadly weapon. Another man police say was also involved in the attack has not been identified or arrested.
So Billy and Bowden and Billy and Bob. So Billy and came and got involved. Yeah. So a lot of the brothers and sisters out there, be careful of these interracial relationships now at this point. It's not what you think. Even when they say it, and even when they think that they are cleaving to us, clinging and cleaving to our people, nah, man. At the end of the day, nah, because they still showing themselves up. They have no allegiance. They'll sit there and act like they cool, that they cool with all of us, and their allegiance is so flip-floppy. There's people that look like us that ain't skin folk, that ain't kinfolk. Then they get away with being all up in our business, being all up in our establishments, kicking the sisters out. Sisters ain't got no say. We've been doing this for a while. We're extracting ourselves. We're extracting ourselves from them. But yeah, that was attempted red rum. More than that, man. And that's what it come. That turned into an Emmett Till. I've been through that. Literally, you know what I'm saying? She putting her hands all over you, beating you the fuck up. Whether he pushed her off or anything like that, he ain't even got to do nothing, touch nothing. It's like the power of the V is very powerful, and I understand because of how much stuff women have gone through since the caveman. So I'm not going to tell no woman not to be able to defend herself. I want a woman to be able to defend herself at all times. Have you a knife, pepper spray, a taser, a little deuce in your long leather boots, and take some defense classes. Don't be getting out there, oh, I don't know how to defend myself now. Just take it off from me. Nah. So I can appreciate the brothers and sisters. We all know how to fight to an extent. If you ain't been around brothers and sisters, then yeah, you ain't gonna have no squabbles. I got siblings, and not even just that. I'm just the oldest. Anyways, I was squabbling, but then I was a peacekeeper too. Like I said, I'm a Nogahyte. You don't want to piss a Nogahyte off. I'm all about love. That is the first thing. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna give you a hug. I hugged somebody last night, and they cried because they were like, "You gave me the most amazing hug." I give amazing hugs. I don't know. I've given I've given some amazing hugs. I've changed people's life just off a hug, especially working on the road. I've met a lot of brothers and sisters. I've given them a hug, and even just a handshake. Like, man, that was an amazing handshake, man. Oh man, thank you for that. You know what I'm saying? So I know that we have beautiful energy in us to help and heal the people. Sometimes we actually got to get our shit together before we can actually there and help and heal. I know for myself. I'm still working on it. I'm not perfect, y'all. I have made mistakes even to now. You know what I'm saying? Where people don't even want to deal with me forever. And it's like, is it that damn serious? I look at it that way. It's like, dude, it ain't that serious. It ain't that deep. We can talk it out. Communication is the key to healing, and understanding is the key. Communication is the key, and understanding is the key to healing.
An update as a strike against a local grocery chain expanded today. Workers at the Seven Corners New Season voted yesterday to join the ongoing strike at the Arbor Lodge location. The picketing started Tuesday following a claim that New Season's discriminatorily fired the labor union's treasurer. We reached out to the company, who said they're committed to handling terminations consistent with protocols. They called the suggestion that the firing was based on union affiliation.
And it's good to see this because you're seeing all of their companies go through a lot of disarray. Like you said, seeing a lot of these businesses are going up in flames. A lot of people who used to work for these companies are ending up having to, find other jobs. But a lot of these other companies are under that same strain to be able to measure and meet up with all of the demand, the inflation and the interest rate and all this and did. Yes, it is definitely sunset time on this side. And yeah, I'm gonna eat like a hog. I just want to make sure I got all these because I still have a whole nother part 2 of the American crime that I haven't even got. So we can always take a break and come back to this to make sure I just want to make sure I covered everything because I had a lot of tabs open. I promise you I was just trying to gather up all of the information we needed to be able to be aware about everything going on around us. That's what I always try to do. Stuff may seem like it's whatever, but I never know. I never know. I bring it up because somebody may be living in Minnesota. I bring it up because somebody may be living in New York, North Carolina, Vegas. I don't know. But I at least try to be of service to our brothers and sisters. Be like, hey, if you don't know about it, at least you can find it out. You can find out something here. And if it ain't pertaining to you, it's definitely a conversation between somebody who may be in that location, or it's just information. I wouldn't have known about the what was that, the mountain that the sister brought up earlier. I wouldn't have known about that. I wouldn't have known about the other petrified tree that was on the ley line. You know what I'm saying? So we learn a lot here as much as we possibly can. We learn about how, church and state is doubling down on trying to tempt us into these sins. And the fact that we're fasting now and we're being strong-headed and strong-minded, that's what's getting us through. So let me make sure I just cover all of these and take a break and get me something to eat, and then I can fill my belly up. And said I got some the other ones that are like hilariously funny. I haven't even touched those. These are the ones that I got that happen around the nation, but the other ones definitely deep dive into all of the things that we covered right now. Everything from the wrong way drivers, just everything. Yeah.
A week before the Super Bowl, a lot of bets are being made, but in Minnesota, you can't place a sports bet on your phone legally. Amidst the chaos at the Capitol, there is a bipartisan push to change that. Republican Senate Leader Jeremy Miller unveiled the Minnesota Sports Betting Act 3.0. Earlier this morning, I spoke to him about it. Take a look. Well, joining us right now from Winona is Senator Jeremy Miller, who is currently the co-president of the Minnesota Senate. Thanks so much for coming on.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me today.
All right. Third time's the charm. This is the third time you've brought up your gambling bill, your sports betting bill, rather. Do you think this is the year it could pass?
I really do believe that this is the year that a sports betting bill can pass the Minnesota legislature.
And I bring that up is because they really, like you said, I really believe how they all feel about everything this year. It doesn't matter about anything. They really feel about their football, really feel about this and that. I'm just saying because this is going to be the shopping spree for all of the 7 deadly sins this year. You got lust going with Valentine's Day coming around the corner. You got envy, you got greed with this whole gambling thing right now. It's going to make people emotional and wrathful because they lost their money. They lost everything they worked for. You got people who are going to be gambling. That's why they're doubling down on all these things. You got people who've lost everything. Everything in Asheville. Everything in Amarillo. Everything everywhere. And people are looking for the next biggest hit that they can find that is going to get them back over. So people are willing to do any and everything. That's why it's going to make people so much more dangerous now. Because nothing's more dangerous than a person who's helpless. And you're in between an apple or a dollar. And with these people loving the guns that they love. So all of this is just a brewing spill. It's well, I'm trying to think of it. It's a cascading effect. I would say that it's one thing after another. It's literally levels to how much they're going to get into that diabolicalness. They're going to get to that cannibalism. They're going to get to all of these different factors that, they've been hiding behind the mask, like, oh, we're happy and joy, but no, yeah, I don't know.
Experts say people are ready to spend some big bucks this Valentine's Day. And Tracy and I are dressed for it, I just realized.
Yeah, we are.
The National Retail Federation expects holiday spending to reach a record total of $27.5 billion. Y'all.
$27.5 billion. I tell you, last year that I worked in all of these places and all of these stores, they all paired for every holiday. As they do, right? As they do, right? So when Halloween happened, the moment that Halloween was done, Christmas was up. And Costco, what is that now? Costco or Sam's Club? Either or, it doesn't matter. All of them. They Halloween and Christmas up at the same damn time. They doubling up, y'all. They getting double for their troubles. But the fact that we ain't been spending no money on none of this stuff. Don't get me wrong. I would like to have a Valentine. It'd be nice to have a nice little yeah to go and squeeze on sometimes. But these streets is crazy. You don't know if they got, you don't know if you got to grab her by the pussy and she got something down there that she got the same damn thing. Ugh. It's uncomfortable to talk about it. I'm just joking. Anyways, but these holidays are all going to not go as planned. As she just said, 27.5 billion. Okay, let's keep that number in mind when it actually comes around. Because what day is this? This is the 2nd. So that's 12 days from now. So you can find another video that will say how much got spent for the Valentine's Day.
Oh, that's about
without our money involved. So we're gonna see all of these things. Okay, I got a mosquito in my house. Huh.
$189 per person. That's crazy.
High. That seems high.
Yeah, the organization says this year the most popular gifts are candy, flowers, greeting cards, and an evening out. I feel like that'd be the most popular gifts every year. That just sounds like Valentine's Day.
I mean, if we start getting to the point where you're getting like Christmas type presents for Valentine's Day, that's too far. We've gone too far. We've crossed the line.
My dad has the sweetest tradition. Ever since I left home and went away for college, he sends me chocolate covered strawberries. My sister and I every year, and it always says Happy Valentine's Day. Love, your dad. Same note every year.
I can't listen to them talking. I get so agitated now when I hear them talking. I'm just saying, the overemphasis on all of these it's no different from the TV show American Gods. These holidays are no different from the American TV show. If you guys have not seen it, I will let me find it. I'll post it up. But it's definitely worth watching, because it's just like what's going on right now, where you got the people that are trying to cling to their old gods. You see what I'm saying? Like the superficial ones that were bastardized, engineered. Anyways, let me see. What am I looking for? Let me see if I can find it. Got it right there. Yep, there it goes. So it's only 3 seasons, but I wish they brought it back. But anyways, that's a little gem for y'all. Y'all check that out. It's a couple. I watch a lot of different stuff on there. I'm all like I said, when I'm driving on the road, I'm watching that. I'm not on, so I ain't just got my eyes down. But anyways, let's see what else we got. I think we covered a lot. See, so even with this going on, I wanted to see what this was about. Hold on, because I always find something interesting. I'm like, okay.
High-value plastics, such as bottles, are easily absorbed by the recycling industry.
Low-value plastics, such as multi-layered packaging, often don't fit into each of these categories, thereby posing a risk to recycling all over the world. In Nepal, a bunch of entrepreneurs have found a solution into turning these low-value plastics to something useful. Take a look at their story.
Every day, Nepal's urban areas generate about 5,000 tons of solid waste, 13% of which is plastic waste dumped in landfills, according to the World Bank.
In the middle of the street.
Only 9% of plastic waste is recycled and 19% is incinerated. And nearly half ends up in controlled landfills. Accumulating in the environment, this plastic waste is non-biodegradable, which takes hundreds of years to decompose and break down into tiny microscopic particles.
Man, why do you put the music with it? I can't do that with the music, y'all. It's just gonna flag my channel. It's gonna flag my channel. What is that? Almost 5 hours of material. They're gonna do that to me. Yeah, they will do that to you. So we covered the flus. We covered the farmers. We covered American crime right here. People getting beat up. And make sure I got everything covered on that. That there. You still got them doing all the lewd stuff. Matter of fact,
in Nepal, which has banned single-use plastic bags thinner than 40 microns, the implementation of the ban.
No, I can't play it. It's still playing through the whole video. Man, you guys did me wrong with that one. James County, let me make sure that this ain't not. Did I see this already? No, I did not. So we can. Then I'll show you a couple. Yeah, I got some stuff. We're going to bring this back. We're going to bring this back. I'm going to get something to eat, and then we're going to bring this back.
Out of James City County, police are investigating a death near the Dyson Reservoir that led to a robbery arrest. 10 on your side's Kagan Hughes brings us the latest.
James City police say a man is dead and a woman is injured after an assault at a home. We spoke to neighbors off camera who say the area is small and quiet, so hearing the news comes as a shock.
Police say when they arrived at the home on Friday, they found a woman outside who had been hurt and a man inside who was unresponsive. He was taken to the hospital where he later died. As police continued to investigate, they developed leads connecting the assault to a robbery on Thursday night. 2 people were taken into custody. Harley James McClure Hutchins, who is 29, and Amber Nicole Johnson, 28 years old, were charged in connection with both cases. Hutchins is charged with robbery, strangulation, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit a felony, preventing the calling of 911, destruction of property, breaking and entering into a dwelling, and more. Johnson is charged with robbery, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit a felony, and more.
Both are held at Virginia Peninsula Regional Jail. The investigation is ongoing. If you have any information, please contact the detectives. We'll have the information on wavy.com.
Okay. Whew. So I got 2 videos to show y'all. And then I'm about to go eat. So yeah, I've been holding out for a minute. Been holding strong, y'all. Been holding strong, man. Been holding strong. Yeah. That's my tri-tip until I get to it. But since we're talking about food. I don't even know what those are, but those are not real carrots. I don't know if they're yams or nothing, but you got toe jam and the yams. on that note, y'all, I'm about to go eat an apple. I mean, he just dumped like 3 buckets of that FDA banned red dye number 3. Feeding this to the kids too. I just had to bring that up. I got more videos, y'all. I don't know why I came over to this computer because I got stuff on this one. This one was like direct, but yeah, we're gonna leave it at that right now. I'm gonna leave it on that. So I don't want to mess nobody's appetite up. I ain't finna mess my appetite up, but I just let you know that I got some other stuff over here. Not all like that, not all like this, but I'm just saying, like, I just brought those 2 up because I was hungry, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just so glad that we are not tripping about the food that we eat like we used to. We're not going into these grocery stores, going all bunk crazy over all of these supermarket sweeping and stuff like that. No, we're being very conscientious about what we put inside of our temples now. At least I know that I am a lot more now. But, whew, buddy, boy. Let me take that off because I don't even want to see that no more. But yeah, we're going to come back to it. This is all set up to blow your socks away. But I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of everybody in the nation. We just keep up the good work. You know, it's not easy, you know, and we're going to keep bringing y'all more information. You know, we're going to keep bringing y'all more information. That's what we're here for, you know, to not miss out on anything. We're not being distracted by, like, the Grammys is going on right now, y'all. The Grammys is going on right now. And on the wall right there. That's what I live for it. I love it. But the scriptures say don't worship. Don't put this stuff on a pedestal no more. You know what I'm saying? I've enjoyed that little wall of, and I probably need to take that shit down and put some, I don't have nothing up here that pertaining to the Most High or the Holy Spirit or my guardian angel. I kind of have my little altar behind me, but I just cleared my crystals. But yeah, I'm just saying, we're not talking about the Grammys. We're not talking about what Beyonce's wearing at the Grammys. We ain't talking about the Kendrick Lamar situation between him and Drake. You know, I don't even, damn. That's how I know I'm being distracted by a damn gnat. But I'm just saying, things like that, I'm not as distracted as I used to be. You know? Probably the only thing I probably still entertain is like fights. Like boxing and MMA, I guess, just because I love to be in shape. You know, it's a science, it's an art to me. I love it, you know, because we're fighters, we're warriors. So it's just me. I'm an ox. You know, this the year of the snake, but I'm an ox. I work hard. I'm stubborn. You got to put water in my ear in order for me to stop doing what the hell I'm doing. So yes, it's time to eat. So let me go because I will run my mouth, and I'm just running my mouth, and I'm just running my mouth. But yes, shalom, beloveds. I love y'all, man. Happy Shemesh. Wow, that was nasty. Ugh.